Hello, and welcome back to Stardew Valley. Congratulations, Jade, on getting the first redeem. You so fast. You go zoom and zoom. And I also see Icky. Hi, Icky. How are you guys doing today? You might notice we got a new little thing on the screen, a little bit down here if you didn't notice it on the starting soon screen. What's that? That's right, we're sponsored today. I was just checking all my stuff and it was like, hey, you have a sponsorship thingamabob. And I was like, oh, me, a little me? Why sponsor me? And so that's very, very, very exciting. I've eaten from HelloFresh before, even before I even knew Twitch was a thing. So I know that they're good, so I feel good letting them sponsor me. And so, yeah. I have some timers that will pop up in the chat and things like that. And then there's also a command. So if you do HelloFresh, it should work. Please work. Yeah! So we got a promo code. And we got a link that you can click directly for it. So I wanted to see how it would work. So when I clicked on it, testing it myself, it looks like it gives you over half off, which is really, really, really cool. And so you spend like $30, and then so you spend 30, you get food, but then I get 50, which is like really cool. It says it depends. So it said I could get 50 to 100 depending on where they were located. So I'm just going to say that I get 50, so you also get food and stuff too. Yeah, it's only for new accounts, so if you already have an account, it won't work, unfortunately. And yeah, it's pretty neat. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Very fancy indeed. Very fancy. Yeah. Very excited. Hopefully it'll go pretty good. I can use my code myself. You see it still has a 0 though because I have to wait. Currently broke, but I'm hoping after working for a little while I can use my code myself. And then because it wasn't my account before, it was my parents' account when I had HelloFresh before, because I was just a kid. So I'll make my own account with my own code, and that'll be really cool, but I have to wait until after I get paid from working my new job, because yeah. Alright, let's get back into the Stardew. Howdy. How are you doing, Linux? Let's see. Potatoes! I forgot. I don't have the Iridium Scythe right now. That's not gonna work. I just got a normal scythe. I know it's a mod that you can do to harvest with scythe, but I'll just keep it to being the normal, even though we have so many mods already. Resting from work? Oh, that's awesome. Get some good rest. I don't know what things we need for... Do I not have a community center donation chest set up? I guess I don't. What do I have? Okay, literally, I don't have anything in that. So let's see if I can make a chest. Sweet! I'm gonna make a chest for donations. I could have sworn that I had one. But you know, it is what it is. Put that there. So we need one of those and that. Yeah, I don't need any quality, right? Yeah, because we got harder bundles. Yeah. Oh, you lost your axe. Okay, perfect. I'm trying to remember where all we were at with the thing. Oh, right, we got lots of people. We got lots of people's birthdays. Isabel, all right. Why is her birthday not showing up in the UI info suite thing, though? UI info suite should. Interesting. Alright. That's fine. We'll probably just have to keep a better eye on that. But it's kind of early this first month. This first month, we're going to have a little bit more difficulty with giving out presents, so I won't stress about it too much. So we got the Egg Festival coming up, so we're going to want to... Oh, well, I might want to keep a couple for quests. Yeah, I'll keep those. That seems like an yeah, just a couple, just in case, because I don't know what type of quest we're gonna get. And then 3 mixed seeds. That's what I need. Oh, I'll just put the carrots. I'll just put the carrots down. It's the perfect number that we already have. Lovely, absolutely lovely. There we go. It'll be great once we get sprinklers and I don't have to worry about this stuff. I won't have to worry about it. Here we go. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Look at that. So, the only thing I have on my to-do list is 300 wood, but I'll take a look at what quests I have in just a moment after I finish watering my crops. So, we just gotta make sure that we have strawberries. So, the potatoes is really going to be our strawberry money. We already have a little bit of money. I'm not sure how many strawberries we should get. See, with all the mods and stuff, there's maybe even different, better crops. Like, better than strawberries. What? Oh my gosh. Like, we got rice now. I don't know if no, okay. So, I'll just sell the gold star quality, and I'll keep the other ones, just in case. Don't water the plants, so you don't have to worry about them. Yeah, I guess that would make it a little bit easier. But I would like them to grow, even if it's just a wee bit. Alright. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I was putting my community center stuff in that chest. Alright. Robin's Lost Axe. That one's easy. We know where that is. Unless the mods moved it. Unless the mods move it. So, that'll be... We're about to find out. We're about to find out if it's in the same spot or not. Oh! Cutscene. Let me just water first.
Ew, it smells.
Don't touch it, Vincent.
Why is it locked? I want to explore the sewers.
I'm not good at kid voices, but you know what? I think Marlin has the Marlin. It must be with Stardew Valley Expanded. I immediately forgot the voice I gave him. Immediately forgot. I'm just like, no thoughts, head empty.
Marlin, the man who hunts monsters, why do you think he has it? I saw a big rusty old key fall out of his pocket one time. A creepy sewer door like this has just got to be a match for a big rusty old key.
It made a funny noise. Why would you want to, like, stand near that gunk?
There's something moving around in there.
Probably rats. Sewer rats. I'm gonna bite you. You were standing right in the goo. Gross. So gross. Alright, and we're off. I hope we get more secret notes. Hang on, I could actually check. Wait, what? Why are my achievements bunnies? That might be with the flowery UI info suite. Okay. I never noticed that before, but whatever. Letters. Oh, so it'll probably be right here, but I haven't unlocked the ability to get them. Oop, I haven't unlocked the ability to get them yet, so that's fine. Here's the axe, same spot as before. And I might as well pick up these spring onions while I'm here. Excuse me, little bush.
Delicious.
Initiation. So we should probably do the mines today, right? Introductions, I will worry about that at the Egg Festival because I'm sure everyone will be there. Well, I know there's one character from Stardew Valley Expanded, Susan, up by the railroad, who we don't get to access until summer. But we can get everyone else, so that'll be fine. Yeah. Alright, we got a plan. we're gonna work on our quests. So since we're gonna go to the mines, we'll drop off a couple of our tools. We'll turn the thing into Robin. Axe. We'll turn in her axe on our way over there. Alright. Do I have... Yes. Okay, so put that. Grab my sword. Should I take the onions for food? Oh, onions are the same as horseradish. Alright. Because... would a fish be better? I only got like 2 fish. Probably will be fine. I'll probably be fine. I'm built different. I'll be fine. Alright, and we're off. Off on our adventure. Let's see. 10 slimes, level 40. Alright, we'll do our best for both of those. And we'll just try to make a little bit of progress towards those. The quests are gonna be our main direction for a while. Just because there's gonna be so much stuff, I'm just gonna do my best. Alright. And let's see. What bundles do we have? Oh, okay. I don't have the boiler room yet, so I actually don't know. I'm probably going to need a lot of jumps since we got modded bundles to make them more complicated. Well, we can't just have them be normal in a mega modded run, right? Right. Alright. We can probably do the 10 slimes thing today, but I'm not sure about getting the floor 40, because I don't remember what floor we're at. I wonder what floor we're at. We haven't even broke that up. 10, yeah. So we could do the slimes, but not so certain about getting down. All right, I'm just gonna zoom out to make it easier to see any ladders or anything. We got neutral luck. Let's do this. All right, here's a slime. It's gonna die. Woo! Oh, that was easy. How? Oh, I guess I got a really strong. I guess in comparison to what I'm supposed to have for this floor, I got a really strong weapon. I'm just gonna go and pick up that quartz. I guess I should break these open as I walk to try to get the ladder. My nose is itchy for some reason. Don't really like it when my nose is itchy while I'm trying to stream. Like, come on, nose. You couldn't have done that before stream. Alright. We got these. Oh, there it is. Oh, sweet. We got a freebie. Freebie! Love it. Love to see it. I don't think we found an ancient seed yet, so I'm just gonna murder all the bugs. Every bug we find. Hey. Just to give us a better shot. I cannot wait until we have another row of backpack. That'll be so awesome.
Wow. Hello, little slime. Meet my sword.
There you go. You get to join your friend in the abyss of death.
Hello, little bug. Goodbye, little bug.
Sweet! Fiber? I don't really know if we need... I mean, we might need fiber. We're probably gonna need fiber. Whoa, hello there! These ones are the hardest to get the Monster Slayer, I feel like. We got a bomb! That means we can free the dwarf! We can free... Oh, we got free food. Oh, wait a minute. We need that for wild foraging? Alright, so I guess we will not be eating that, and instead, we will be holding it. Yeah, okay. We got this. I don't even know what I need for the bundles anymore, because it's all just crazy. Crazy mods. Gonna make it fun, though. It's gonna make it interesting. Challenge. I don't think we'll be able to do it within year 1. but we will do our best.
Wha-
I guess I might as well break open the copper. Oh, sorry. I'm so used to having a better pickaxe just in my mind that having to do 3 hits is wild. It's just a normal pickaxe. Non-upgraded pickaxe. That is absolutely insane.
Whew. Whew, whew, whew.
Here we go. There we go. How many slimes have we killed? Oh, sweet. We just need 1 more slime. That went by really fast. Floor 15. We're making pretty good progress, but we're definitely not going to get down to floor 40 today. And that's okay. We'll just keep on making steady progress.
Slow and steady wins the race. But I want to be fast, zipping around, crashing into trees. Meow. Meow.
There we go.
Oh, it is shiny.
Okay, we only needed 1 more slime, and yet we got a floor with only bugs. Alright, that's fine. Everything's fine. I'll kill the bugs. They might... Oh! I thought that... No! Don't do the thing! You stinky little bug! What a stinky bug. He's so stinky. There we go. I see you, bug. I see you. I see you approaching.
Hua.
Oh, I don't have much energy, do I? Oh, perfect. I just need 1 more slime. There's not a single slime on this floor. I think I'm going to use the bomb. I was really hoping that would give us a ladder, because I just noticed how low we were on energy. I do want that node, because look at that, shiny gem. Probably gonna need it. I should avoid donating things to Gunther until I know what I need for the bundles. Sweet! Got the achievement. I wonder if we could make it to floor 20. Can I make bug steaks? I think I need 10 bugs for bug steaks. I am not seeing the option for it. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. And there's no more enemies. Man. My usual go-to when I get low on energy is to look for enemies in hopes that they will make a staircase. Poor Gunther. Look, he doesn't give me Crystallarium, so he gets put on the back burner. His own fault, really. If he just needed to give better rewards. I did level up, so... but I really hate walking slowly from being... Oh, okay, a bug. I need to make sure I'm in an area where a thing could spawn. Okay, that didn't work. You were supposed to give me a staircase. Rude. I'll just pick this up. Ooh, okay. Alright, yeah, we're out of energy. That's the best that we can do on this run. Oh wells. Put this back to where I want it to be. Alright, we got a couple of good things, especially considering we weren't really in there for very long. So we gotta enter the Adventurers Guild. Hello! Hello, Marlin.
You ventured into the mines with utmost courage, Sylvia. We could use someone with your skills. Do you want to join the Adventurers Guild?
Yeah.
Sylvia, do you swear under oath to protect humanity from monsters and to do everything in your power to uphold the traditions, values, and ideology of the Adventurers Guild?
Jump in response. Hopefully that means yes. On behalf of Stardew Valley and the Order of the Knights of Pythagoras, I officially accept you as the 23rd Adventurers Guild You only have 22 other people? Jesus, okay. As a member of the Adventurers Guild, you will be allowed to purchase rare weapons we commission and discover. There are also bounties and quests you can access from the notice board behind me. Welcome to the guild, Sylvia. I expect great things from you.
Don't.
Don't. He's gonna find me passed out in the mines like every other week. Hang on, is there a smudge in my glasses? Yes, there is. Okay, sometimes I think there's a smudge in my glasses, but there's not, and it's just like the way the light is hitting my glasses, and then I just have to suffer with the phantom smudge. And I'm just like, okay. That's just something I have to deal with by being blind. Human form is blind. I'm just a blind little guy. Alright. Don't lose tracking, please. I made it worse. I hate that. I hate needing glasses to see because I can just make my eyesight worse by moving around a smudge instead of cleaning it off. Alright, now I can see. Now I can fight. We're not gonna buy a weapon or anything from him because we have the forest sword. So we're gonna head back. I do like how it's more spaced out. With just Stardew Valley Expanded puts the Adventurers Guild on that hill up there. But it does make it a little bit harder to stay in the mines early game, when you don't have the mine carts unlocked. Because you might not necessarily want to pass out, especially me, because, like, when you're in game and you have, like, millions of gold, it doesn't really matter if you lose 1,000. You just do one, like, ancient fruit harvest and you're back. But with me, with 3,000 being my max, that'd be a third of our money if we passed out. Yeah, okay, my timer thingy is working. Yeah, my timer's working. Very good. Or is that... Oh, wait, okay, so this is the thing that I have to say. You gotta click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free appetizers for life. That's right. You get one appetizer item per box while the subscription is active if you're in the US. And that appetizer is always free. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. Use the code or click the link for the HelloFresh. Yeah, HelloFresh is pretty cool. I've used them before. I want to use them again. I think the discount is worth it because it makes it like $30 when usually it would be like $60 to $70, which is really awesome. So you pay like $30-ish and then you get food, but then also I get $50. So you spend $30 to donate $50 and you get food. I think that's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. Oh, I don't think that was our first copper, was it? No, probably not. Alright, so we'll shove this one in here. And then, those ones I might need later. Alright, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is just someone's birthday. It's just someone's birthday. Alright. I don't think I've been given the pet yet. What pet did I pick? I don't remember. Oh, we leveled up twice. Oh, and then there's combat. So we level up twice in farming. That's pretty neat. We got these. Look at that. Look at that. Oh! Here's our cat.
Hello, Sylvia. You see this cat here?
Yeah, I don't know if that's her voice. She's more of an older woman, isn't she? Hang on. I found it sitting outside the entrance to your farm. I think it's a stray, poor little thing. Give me the cat. I think it likes this place. Hey, don't you think this farm could use a good cat? Yes, give me the cat. I don't know what to name the cat. What should I name the cat? Cat, my kitty cat. That I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, my kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. I am not very good at naming things. Even when I write stories, I use name generators to help me name characters. Because I'm just not good at it. Freddy, Juby, Mitabella. Whoa, that's a big name.
I don't know what to name them.
I don't know. Let's just be basic. Name it Luna since it's a white cat. Name it Luna.
It's a white cat.
Well, little Luna, you'll be a good kitty now, okay? Bye, Marnie. Bye. Bye. Leave. Alright, so water the crops. Yep. Alright, that's just telling me about the egg festival. Oh yeah, that's right. I can send my stuff to just be upgraded through the mail. Lovely. We got this. We got this.
Look at that. Look at that.
I think I'll buy as many strawberries as I can, but I'll only plant 40. Is it ready? One day. Okay, just one more day to be ready. Is kale something I need for the bundle? Maybe. Oh.
Here we go. Water all the crops. Look at that. They're so thirsty. Almost there. Meow.
All right. Now, we could check out the traveling cart because we do have money and she might have something that would be really helpful for us with the community center. With how complicated the community center is, she might just come in clutch. Just a little bit. You never know. You never know. Here we go. Yeah, I think I gotta change the music. I don't know. I'm not vibing with it right now, you know? I'm gonna find something else. Let's see. I have a playlist. Ooh, pause. We're having too many musics at the same time. Pause. Oof. There we go. How's that? Yeah, this is more of the vibe that I'm feeling. Comfy lo-fi. That's better. Alright, what are we looking at here? All this stuff is... Ooh, periwinkle. No, we can get that easy. I can always buy the rare seed later. I want to make sure I have enough money for my strawberries.
Strawberries.
There we go. There we go. 300 wood for the beach. Should we try working on that real quick just to try to get... Because then we could get some forage from over there and that would be really good. Here we are. I did do a little bit... Hang on. There's a thing up here. I did do a little bit of... Whatchamacallit? Research, I guess you could say. And by research, I mean... messing about on a different save file. With this map. And... Yep, that's right. Here we go. Up here... If I get rid of this stuff... Alright, we can go behind here. And then we can get our energy back in this area. Neat! Very neat indeed. That way we don't have to go all the way to East Scarp to get our energy back when we need it. Oops, wrong tool. I was trying to... I was not... No, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Lovely.
Chop down all the trees, go chippy chop. Chop down all the trees, choppy chop. Wow, look at me go.
Why am I? Oh, there's a thing here. Hua! Get wrecked. Get rid of that baby tree. I don't want that. I don't want that baby tree out here. We got these. Oh, there's a leak. I forget that we've been able to find forage on our farm. It's pretty neat. Alright. And then I'm going to clear away this path. Because we do have a little mining area if we go this way. Nope. If we go... Oh, it's to the left. I'm so stupid. It's to the left. We have a minecart. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy who doesn't know what they're doing. Aha! We don't really need anything over here, but I did remember that there were lots of trees.
Chop down the trees and get that wood.
So we'll work on getting a little bit of wood, and then I think we'll head over to the mines. So we'll, yeah, so after we use up our energy on the farm a little bit, we'll go to the mines, try to get at least 5 floors down. I think that should be good, and we'll just make steady progress on that for a bit.
Yeah. Here we go. Look at me go.
We zoom in.
We go ring.
We zoom.
And we zoom.
Look at that. Look at that. Get rid of all these weeds. Get rid of all these weeds. Love it. Love to see it. Alright. Oh, we almost got enough. Okay, doesn't look like we need that for the community center. Alright, let's switch our tools out so we can get ready to go back to the mines. I'll stop by, get our energy back. Building a coop is going to take us a while, so yeah, the only quest that we have that we're really working on is just going deeper in the mines, and then the personal quest of the fixing up the bridge on the beach. And I guess the continuous quest of trying to make the farm a little bit nicer. Oh, I really want to get all the dwarf scrolls. The dwarven scrolls, because I really like the weathered floor, and I think you have to buy it from the dwarf. Yeah. Alright. We got this. We got this. And rough. And we're off. Lovely. No, I'm not bringing any food again, but I don't really need it. Would it help? Probably. It's fine. Oh, a cutscene! Oh, I gotta try old man voice. How do I do this? Don't judge me. I'm not a professional. Not a professional at all. I'm just a little guy doing little guy things. Good day, Sylvia. That's as good as it's gonna get. Morris promised Jojo would clear away the rock side by now. Susan is trapped at home and can't get out except via train. Now he's telling me the cleanup operation is delayed until early summer. My hands are tied. As the mayor of Pelican Town, it's my duty to ensure everyone is safe. Morris and I will reach a resolution regarding the rock slides soon. I'm just relieved no one was hurt during the rock slide. I wonder how they caused it. I must be on my way, Sylvia. Don't bother using your pickaxe to try to remove these rocks. It would take you months. What if I got a really big bomb? Like a mega bomb. And it went... No? You don't want me to do that? Okay. Maybe next time. I don't really have access to Mega Bombs right now anyway, so it's fine.
Ooh, it's a mushroom. Don't mind if I do. It's mine now. It's gonna be a little snack. Gonna be my snack when I'm in the mines. I'm gonna.
Yep, I don't know. Hello? Oh, you don't have a portrait? I don't give a fuck about you. If I can't raise my friendship with you, you do not matter.
You don't matter if you're not a real person.
In video games. That's video game logic. Hua! Oh! Our first rock gave us the ladder. That is actually kind of funny. Nice. I am going to try to kill most things I come across just to try to help in our progression towards the Monster Slayer goals. I don't know if we're going to have... Oh, I should actually check them. I'll check them after I'm done with the mines today to see if there are any additional monsters that we're going to have to fight. Because the new modded areas, maybe there will be... I'm pretty sure that there's a forest that has monsters. But I don't know if that's actually one of the mods that I have or if I'm thinking of a different mod. Because there are some mods that I was just like, no, I don't want. Because there was one that was like called Doran's Keep or something, which actually did seem really cool. However, the portrait style wasn't Stardew portrait style. It was like its own unique style. And I like things matching and feeling like they all belong in the same worlds, you know? That's why I only have a little bit of modded portraits. So like Yumi's alternate portraits, it looks like it's just a slightly softer, cuter version of Stardew portraits. So it still feels like it fits even with all the other ones. Yeah, hello Unleashed. We're doing pretty good. I do have a sponsor. It is HelloFresh. I've eaten them from... I've had their stuff before when my mother, she wanted meal prep to be easier. She didn't want to have to think so much, and so we would get together and we would all like pick a meal that we wanted, and then it would get delivered and she would cook it, and it was very cool. So once I get paid, I will make my own account since I'm no longer living with my parents, and I'll use my own code. Because it makes it like over half off. So instead of spending normal of like $60 or so, it'll only be $30. And then you get food. Along with if you use the code when you make your account, you will forever get a free appetizer on that account. Which is really, really cool with each of the boxes. And then I get $50. So you spend 30, I get 50, and you get a free appetizer as well, and food. So it's pretty neat. Offers food, yeah. And it's a place that I've used before, so I know that I did have a sponsorship opportunity before when I first started streaming. However, it was Raid Shadow Legends, so I wasn't gonna do it. I only want to do sponsors for people who I actually want to help support, and like I've done HelloFresh before. I know that it's good, so they wanted to sponsor me. I was like, hell yeah, I'll let you sponsor me. So very excited. It's gonna be great.
Ooh, treasure.
Is this sword better or worse? 4 to 8. It's worse. Wow. Alright, let's head back up. And we're gonna sell the sword after I increase my zoom. There we go. There we go. Lovely. You want the sword? Here's my sword. Alright, now let's see if there are any new monsters we're gonna have to fight. Slime. Oh, shoot. Okay. I don't know if that's the same amount because I don't. Oh, okay, we'll just have to figure out later then if there are any new monsters that I just. Oh wait, let's free the dwarf. I'm coming for you, buddy. Don't you worry. I totally didn't forget about you. Bombs away. I can't talk to you yet though. Next time. I'll get to talk to him next time. In the distant future. Alright, we'll put the scroll in our little donation chest. That way we don't accidentally sell it. Which one did we get? We got number 1. Sweet! Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just making sure it had the donation symbol on it. It does. We're good. Look at that. And honestly, the sponsorship couldn't have come at a better time because money is tight right now. And so if I could get 1, 2 people, that's going to be the difference between me paying my bills or having to beg family members for money. So we'll see how it goes. Now, well, I am working at McDonald's right now. It sucks. But, I did get a new job already. It was great because they were like, "Hey, interview," and I was like, "Yes, interview, please." And then at the end of the interview, he was like, "Oh, well, we still got to interview some other people, but we'll let you know by Monday whether we go with you or not." Because they're just what am I doing? Oh, that's right. And it, just a great place. And then 3 hours later, he calls me. He's like, "I want to offer you the job," and I was like, "I want the job because it pays so much more. Pays so much more. It's like $4 above minimum wage, and I only needed $3 above minimum wage in order to be comfortable. So, which is great because they're like, "Oh, we usually only offer about 30 to 35 hours," but I'm like, within $1 more, that's fine. $1 more per hour, I can do that and still be able to pay my bills, and that's fine. $1 more than I need, yeah. But McDonald's only pays minimum wage, which sucks. Because they're advertising. Now, this is the stupid thing. They are advertising like $5 to $8 above minimum wage. But then you get to orientation, and they're like, "Teehee, that's a mistake." And you're like, "Oh, fuck you." How many... Oh, I do need all 3 of these. Okay. I'm just going to shove them all in the chest so I don't make the mistake of selling any of them. Oh, I need a couple of more seeds, please. Should I do forage? It's the 13th, so... Yeah, we should be fine with me just doing these seeds for now. These seeds should make it. 12. Okay, yeah. We'll be fine. They're all gonna make it. And then I'll do a forage lap since it's Saturday. I'll see if I can grab a little bit more wood first so we can Oops, I didn't mean to water that one twice. You know what that means? We need more water because we got 40 slots and my watering can holds 40 watering slots. So, you gotta refill it. Alright, we'll do a forage lap today. I don't really know how I want to... I don't know. Maybe I'll go up the mountain and then down through town to the beach. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, wait. I still have East Scarp. Wait, and Ridgeside. Okay, we got all... I'll focus on just... Oh, man. Okay, we'll see how far we get with our forage lap. We'll see. It's gonna rain tomorrow. Wait, what is today? Oh, shit. We can't forage today because it's the Egg Festival anyway. Oh, it's the Egg Festival. Let me just get this ready for our strawberries. Don't mind if I do. I'm so glad I remembered before we got the notification because otherwise I would have been stressing to get this plot all ready. strawberry time, and then if we have extra time, we'll do a little bit of wood chopping. I think we can still enter the festival until 2, maybe so, 2. I'll say noon just to be safe, and we'll just, oops, I almost missed a spot. There we go. All right, the festival, we can now go there. Let me just finish watering up real quick. Just real quick. Look at that. All right, we'll chop down a tree or two. The one thing I don't like about festivals is, and I get it, but if you do have any speed buffs, it gets rid of them, which is really jarring when you're late game and you are using spicy eels and coffee just normally just to make yourself faster, and then you go into a festival and you're like, you feel like you're way down and you're just like, I'm slow. But we're in early game, so we don't have to worry about that adjustment, so it'll be fine. Let's chop down a couple of trees, get a little bit more wood. I really want to focus on aesthetics because of the farm. I want to focus more on aesthetics than productivity because I know our first Stardew Valley world, I only started focusing on aesthetics in the late game, but I want to have that in mind the whole time. Because I ended up with like a bunch of sheds at the end of it, like so many sheds. Like in the bottom left corner there was like 8 sheds. And it was not very aesthetic. It was not it wasn't giving. So I want to do better this time. I want to make it fancier, I want to make it prettier. It's going to be so awesome. All right. We get to talk to everyone. And because there are so many people, I am not going to read these. This is just us introducing ourselves. We're just going to be like, hi, my name's Sylvia. Oh, your name's Linus? Nice to meet you. And then we're going to move on. That's just assume that's what it is. That's Victor. He introduced himself. And that's Sam. He introduced himself. Lovely. Anyway, we have so many people to get through. I will only really read it if it is not an event that I'm just trying to talk to everyone for. I don't think I'm ever going to talk to everyone on an event again, just because of the sheer amount of people that we have with all the mods. But I am really hoping we can just get through this. And I'll talk to Lewis last. Oh, my hair's tickling me. Please don't tickle my neck while I'm trying to stream. I really, really don't appreciate that. Alright. Luckily, I don't have to worry about pausing if I need to, like, shift my glasses or something, because festival time has stopped. Oh, hi, Demetrius. Why are you not with your wife? Go back to your wife. Alright. Willie he's walking away. Alright, Willie! Whoopum. Did I introduce myself to the wizard? Probably. I mean, I got the Junimo scroll. I haven't talked to the children yet, and I know this because their pattern of walking is not fucked up yet. Wait. It's okay. I'll check the list later for everyone who I haven't talked. I'll try talking to everyone, and then... What do you mean, how'd I get back here? There's a little Oh, wait. Almost... Wait, do I need anything else? No, just strawberries. Almost forgot to buy my strawberry seeds. Like, oh my god. Alright, and that's the seeds that we're planting. So we have 30 extra. Okay, so this is everyone from Ridgeside. Oh, you look fancy. You look really fancy. Fancy, man. You look like a brat. Lenny! I like you. Alright, I'm just... Anton? Trying to associate the sprites with their names. Paula. Jarek. And... Ian... Oh, you guys are wanderers. I gotta get you. Oh, Blair. Might marry you. Not sure yet. I feel like it's gonna be like a. I'm gonna let you guys choose. I'm gonna have like a bracket system. I feel like it'll be like one of those tournaments of who will Sylvia marry. Yeah. Irene, you're pretty. Hey, Sylvia. Hey, Roxas. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's been going well. We're just trying to talk to everyone right now, so we're not actually reading their text. I mean, I guess if you're in the VOD, you could pause and read it if you really want to. But I'm just trying to skip on through. I'm just trying to trudge on through. Marry the turtle? Can I marry the turtle? Can I marry the turtle? Turtle. Torts. Where are you? I'm not sure if I can marry the turtle. Locked? Why? Some people say locked instead of single? Interesting. Wonder what that means. I cannot marry the turtle. Sorry, guys. Not possible. Making my rounds. Yeah, checking on the friends. Ah, there's my thingamabob. I have to say this every half hour to make sure that I do the sponsorship right, so I have a timer set up to send that. Click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free appetizers for life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. So you can use the code or click on the link. Yeah. So I did test out the link myself to make sure that it was all working, all good, all that. Very cool that I have a link that has my name on it. Look at that. Look at the end of that link. Sylvia VT. It's me. And so the price of a box was like around 60-ish to almost $70. But with the code, it goes down to like $30. It goes down to like, I think it's like $34, depending on what you get. And it's $30-ish. So you get like half off, but then you also get a free appetizer item in all your boxes. But also, if you spend the $30, I get $50. So you spend $30 to donate $50. And you get food. Also, a really cool thing I really like about the HelloFresh boxes is that they come with the recipes and like how much of each thing you need. So even if you don't, so you can keep buying like new boxes with new recipes, and then you can keep the recipe cards and it has the list of all the ingredients and everything you need, and then you can just go out and buy those ingredients yourself if you can't afford to continue to the subscription or anything, which is really cool. I like HelloFresh. I'm just kind of broke at the moment. Oh, there's the other timer. I did the sponsorship through Stream Elements, and so it was like, here, we'll set up a timer thingy for you to get people to do it. And I was like, okay. So I got the one that I have to say, and then the one that Stream Element advertised. Is that... Wait, did I talk to these people? They're cute. Ah! The achievement! Or quest. I did the thing. That means I don't have to see who I'm missing. I did it. But that doesn't really feel like everyone. Okay, we didn't talk to Lewis. That makes sense. Rosa? She's in East Scarp. Aiden is in East Scarp. Clint... We're not gonna talk to Clint. Lexi is... She wouldn't be here. So we got a couple of East Scarp people who aren't at the festival, it seems. And then obviously the Joja people. Alright guys. Gamer mode. Gonna lock in. Get me the straw hat. It's time for the highlight of today's festivities, the annual spring egg hunt. Oh, there's so many people who are doing it this time. Calm down now, kiddos. You're gonna need all your energy to find the most eggs and take home the exclusive prize. Okay. Now, is everyone ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let the egg hunt begin!
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to crush all of these children and take home the prize. I don't care that I'm an adult living on a farm. The prize is mine.
You can wipe your tears with the eggs you find, children. I'll be happy with my hat. While you crawl into your hole of self-pity. I thought maybe that there would be an egg. Oh, okay, there's an egg over here. Give that to me. Egg, 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 egg! Thank you for the egg. I need just one more egg. Aha! Get wrecked. I win. Victory is mine. I have 10 eggs. I win. How's it feel, children, to be crushed by an adult who has nothing better to do with their life than do the egg hunt? Oh my gosh. Wow, look at all these eggs. Now, if only I could get you kids to pick up litter this efficiently. We'd have the cleanest town this side of the gym sea. Stop it with... Wait, no, this is a old lady.
Stop it with the bad jokes and announce the winner, Lulu. I want to get my prize.
Wait, did she participate?
Looney, you know this event was made for children, right?
And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt...
It's me.
Sylvia!
Yay!
Who could have guessed? I only pushed over like 2 of the kids. Here's your prize. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'd like to thank chat who supported me and my feet for carrying me forward and my arms for pushing over the children. Look at that hat. Look at that hat.
Wow.
Strawberries are great for planting at night because you can see them so vividly. There are some crops you can just not freaking see. Like, look at that. Potato and cauliflower, you cannot see that those have been planted. That is crazy. Oh, I have to give someone a gift now? Is someone's birthday? Oh, it's gonna be Haley's birthday. Can I pet the cat?
Yeah, pet the cat. Pet the cat. Cat, I want a kitty cat.
We got these.
Pet the cat once again.
Oh, it's 2 people's birthdays. All right, hang on. Let me watch the TV to learn a recipe.
Look, I got a cat on the TV too.
It's kind of hard to see. Oh, I can't. Hang on. This is important. You guys need to be able to see this properly. So if I... Hang on. Look. It's a cat. Lovely. Okay, I'll zoom back out. I don't know how many times I clicked it, though, to zoom in. So. That's better. Alright, since it's... Oh, some of our crops are ready. Oh, we got some forage down here, too. Lovely. Alright, I'll just plant forage seeds in their place. I think I want to make a chest for selling stuff, because I prefer it when I get to sell stuff all at the same time. Alright, so we'll put this chest... like right here. Right here. So, because I might not want to sell them all. I might need some of them to help me with, and I think I need all 3 of these flowers for that. I might need some of them to help make more seeds, is the thing. That's why I don't want to sell them all. Okay, store her food. I'm gonna make this pink. I want this to be pink. Okay, I'm gonna need some more. So, grab those. Probably here. Wait, is it? Because I need all 4 of those, right? Okay, yeah, let's get a... Do I have more daffodils in the chest? I hope so. Yep. There we go. That's more than I need, but it's going to be fine because we're going to use them all up eventually. How long do these take? 7 days? Alright. There we go. Lovely. Now we got some more forage on the way. Oh, I put those in there too. Lovely. Alright, what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Do I have the fishing? Fall, winter, summer, summer, fall. Do I have all the ones I need for spring? Winter. Oh, fish in Mountain Lake? Okay, I need the largemouth bass. And the Mountain Lake. Summer, winter. Oh, summer and winter. Mines, desert, mines. So I need to go get the ghost fish. And I need to go to the mines for the stonefish and the ghost fish. Summer, fall, summer. Yeah, I think... Oh, that's the crab pot. Okay, I think, Alright, let's grab our fishing rod. I don't have any bait. Hang on, I'm probably... I'll do half. I'll make half into bait. There we go. So we'll go up to the mountain lake. We have visible fish, so we'll be able to see if we can get it. Oh, wait, isn't that the fish I need? That green fish right there. Yeah, that's literally the fish I need. Okay, well that... Hang on. We'll fish like this. Because the quality of the fish, like, it's higher the further out that you fish the fishing rod. And yes, I do have instant catch fish. It's called Skip Fishing Minigame. It's a starting mod because I don't find it enjoyable, so I'm not gonna participate in it, and yeah. It's not for everyone, that's perfectly fine. It just makes my game experience a little bit more enjoyable. Alright, we got the fish that we needed for the community center, and we got some coal. And we leveled up, which is very nice. Do I need this other fish? No, just the... Okay, good. We're all good. Technically, it's Haley's birthday. Shit. I don't really have a... Oh, I do have a daffodil. Okay, I do have a daffodil that I could give her. She's gonna be in her room for, like, the whole day, though, isn't she? How many hearts do I have with her? Doesn't matter. She would have been at the top if I... It's fine. We're gonna go to the mines now and go get the other fish. Yee. We're gonna get the other fishies. Fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. Time to get them fish. Delicious. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum. Look at me go. I zoom in. Is that a horseradish? Oh, and a new daffodil. We'll put those in my spring chest. One thing I don't like, and I'm not sure what mod this is, might be dynamic reflections, but I'm not sure, where it gives you the fog. Oh, hi, Marlon. We need to be sword, dagger, or hammer. The weapon... I like hammer, because you can fuck shit up. Alright, here's the ghost. We need the ghost fish and the stonefish. We got this! It's all down to luck. of how quickly we can get the fish that we need. That is not even a fish. Thank you, though.
Fish, please. Fishy, fishy, fish.
That is also not a fish. That is a piece of literal trash. Not even driftwood, which is... What? I hit that when the thing did the thing. How dare you not give me anything? Here we go. Here's a fish. All right, now we just need the stonefish. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Maybe we'll do a donation run. After, oh, whoops, that's not... Maybe we'll do a donation run afterwards.
Because it's always fun to do that. You just like a bunch of stuff in. Meow. Stone fishy, fishy, fishy. Come here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Stone fishy, fishy, fishy. Come here. Come here.
That's not a fish. I need a fish. Give me the fish.
Fish, please.
That's not a fish. I need a fish. That's the wrong fish, but thank you for giving me a fish. I hate how it uses your bait even if you don't get a fish. I think that's dumb. There's a mod that you can get that doesn't do that, but I'm not sure if I should. I might. I was also thinking about getting the trash can skill mod, but I'm not sure. Not sure if I should. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about it later. Because we still got a lot of mod content we got to get through, so maybe I'll just add it on later on.
Fish.
Yes, it's a fish! That's the wrong fish. I need stonefish, please. Stonefish, please. That's the wrong fish. Please and thank you, stonefish. Wait, why can't I see any stonefish now? They don't have a time limit, do they? Is it this one? Anytime, okay. So maybe it's just not visible at the moment. Because they do fade in and out of the fish that you can get from the area. So we'll just keep on trudging forward. And hopefully we'll get it soon enough.
That's the wrong type of fish. The wrong type of fish. I would like a stonefish, please. It's a fish made of stone. A fish made of stone.
What if it eats the stones? Does a stonefish eat stones, or is it a stonefish because it's kind of rectangular shape? And that's an odd shape for a fish to be. But I want to see the fish.
Can I have the fish, please? Can I have the stonefish? Just one little stonefish for me, please. Please.
I wonder if you cooked it, if it would taste like rocks.
Rocks. Give me the stonefish. I would like the stonefish, please. That's not a stonefish. That's a ghostfish. And I need a stonefish, please. Stonefish, stonefish, please give me the fish, please. Stonefish, stonefish, I would like to see the fish. Fishy, 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 fish. Give me the stonefish, please. Stonefish, please. And thank you. Please. Please.
I'm gonna throw a bomb in this lake. I bet I'd get the fish that way. And I'm starting to feel exhausted and I don't have my stonefish yet. Alright, I guess we'll come another day when we are getting the lava eel. If I drink this, I should go faster for a little bit. Yeah, you get a slight speed boost with Joja Cola now. It's only for 20 seconds, but it's pretty neat. Just chug a bunch of soda.
Wow, look at me go. I'm so fast.
I'm zooming. I'm zooming. Look at me go.
Wow.
What a great way for early game speed. It's not very long. I kind of wish it was 30 seconds rather than 20, but whatever. You get what you get. At least they made it useful, because it used to be completely useless. I'll put half in here. I'll sell 2, donate 1. Alright, so donate 1, sell 2, get out my tools for tomorrow so I'm prepared. And then we'll donate some stuff. Not to Gunther, but to the community center. And we're off! Look at us go. We zooming.
Wow.
Look at me go. Look at me go. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy in a little world. That's just so cute.
It's so small. Pat, pat, pat.
I like how Pierre actually has a garden now, so when he takes credit for your crops, it's actually more believable. I fucking hate that's a thing, though. Fucking Pierre's an asshole. I don't like selling to him directly because of that.
Fish.
And then... Alright, we're making good progress with the fish bundle, I think. Stop by the spring crop-a-roos real quick. So that, yeah, we have all of those growing, so we just need to wait. And then that'll be done quickly. Sweet, okay. And then... Oh... Oh, I can't donate it because I don't have all 3. Why do I only have 1? I'm a little bit confused. Why do I only have 1? Because... Why do I have it if it's a summer? Did I get it from the cart? I must have. There's no other reason why I would have it. No, maybe I got it in the mail from someone. Because that's more likely than me buying it from the traveling cart. Because that's such an easy crop to get. There's no way I would have bought it from the cart, right? I hope not. It would have been a waste of time if I did. Alright. We'll shove this leek into the to be sold bin. Oh, actually, I'm gonna keep the gold star leek for George's birthday. Oh, I forgot about... It's fine. George's birthday. Happy birthday! Should I sell some stuff? That way I have money on me. Yeah. Usually I make Sundays my selling days anyway. When I'm playing by myself, so...
Hi, kitty.
Are you trying to sabotage me? Thank you.
Fishing.
I like the details that you get in the selling screen. So if you sell on a rainy day, you'll get these clouds. And then if you sell on the 24th of winter, you'll see Santa go by. And there's a couple of other ones that that has stuff like that too. I just can't remember them off at the top of my head. All right, so salmonberry season has started. That's Evelyn telling us that crops only last for their specific seasons. Oh, hey, we got a mushroom. Neat. I'll take that. That's like one of the more uncommon mushrooms too, so that's actually a really good find for us, and it's right next to all our crops.
She's like, I want to be important too.
You're very important. So important. I'm gonna pluck you up straight away. After I water my strawberries. Strawberries are more important at the moment. Now, I think I'm gonna get the mushroom cave because then we get a free dehydrator. Because I feel like, if I remember right, those are really expensive to make. Totally not because I always pick the mushroom cave. Mushroom supremacy. Or should I do the fruit cave so we could get early fruit? Because we're finding mushrooms in random spots on our farms, so... That's not needed for the community center. Do I... Wait. In the pantry... Starfruit. Oh, fuck. That's gonna be... Alright, so if we need starfruit, that means we need to get to the desert. How do I... Desert's just money, right? Alright, I think I just watered one spot twice, but I'm not certain. So what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to do a bunch of fishing because that's the best way to get early game money, I think. I don't know what else is the best way for early game money before you got like kegs and stuff. I do know that we want to befriend Susan because she gives you a perk of less crafting materials for certain recipes. Like, I think it's preserves and kegs. And we especially want that for kegs because that's just going to be very useful. Alright, so. Deeper in the mines. I want to gather a little bit of wood first. We're gonna do wood first.
The deer, it is the deer. Hello, the Deltora. Hello. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna ignore the stumps actually. They're taking too long.
Ignore the stumps, go for the trees. Wow, look at that.
Get rid of all this fiber. Try to clear path a little bit, but what we need is wood. Because we still need a lot more chests. I would like to make a shed. A storage shed. Because that's where I'm going to have a shed of chest for all my stuff. We might want to do... I don't know if we should do fishing or mines. You might want to just do fishing to try to get some money. Because we're going to need to go to the desert as soon as we can, really. So, yeah. We'll have to do a bunch of fishing. And then we'll hoard all of our fish.
Oh, look at that. I can get berries. Thank you for the berries. Pet the cat. Good cat.
Alright, let's stop by in here real quick. We'll just do this. We'll just pop in. Alright. Here we go. Get all of our energy back. You guys can't see it because I'm blocking it. But, yeah, if I put my mouse over it, you can see the number go up.
Yeah. Up, up, and away it goes. Wow.
Alright. For those of you who might not have already heard me say it today, you can click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free appetizers for life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. That's right. We are sponsored by HelloFresh. Oh, we have 300. We are sponsored by HelloFresh. Very cool, very neat. I've used their stuff, but oh wait, that needs to go in the foraging. And yeah, you spend like $30-ish. You get food, and then I get $50. Wow. I think I'm gonna make the rest of the bugs into bait. I think I'll keep 1 just in case. Here we go. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. I'm sponsored. I'm sponsored. You know what I need? I need more water. I forgot to get my backup water container before I started streaming. So I will be right back. I'll be right back. And then we'll get back into the Stardew Valley. The Stardew Valley. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. I hope you guys got some snacks. We're gonna do some fishing. Got some snacks.
That's the best way to use one of those pop emotes with a food emote right next to it.
You're just like, yum, 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 yum. Food. Delicious.
Oh, a cutscene. Raid. Raid emotes. Why did I get a... Raiding you from yourself. Why didn't I get the notification? Dinner time is close. Eat snacks anyway. No, Deltarune. No smush. No, do not spot me with the... No. Raiding you... I didn't get a raid notification. Oh, you're not actually... Oh. Me, my alerts are broken.
I just gotta find something to clip. I gotta find some quality content to appease the masses. I need some good, something amazing. You know what? You should just clip what I just said, actually.
Man. My clip player lags. I think... I don't know. Maybe I need a different one. Hello? Clip player? Is it gonna give up? I think it gave up. Yep, Stelvac, you broke it. How dare you? How dare you break my shout-out clipper thingamabob? Yep. Look, that's a puppy! We have a cutscene involving a dog. What do you think, chat? Pet? Don't pet. Pet? Nah, probably shouldn't pet the dog, right? We should probably not. We should probably not pet the dog, right? We should, you guys don't want me to pet the dog. We should probably not. No, squishy me. You know I'm just teasing. I'd never not pet a dog.
Pet the puppy.
I freaking love dogs. Cats and dogs. Look at how happy he looks. He looks so contented.
Pet the puppy, pet the puppy, pet the puppy.
Look at that. If anyone... I don't even want to know what the don't pet looks like, because if anyone does that, you're dead to me. You need to pet the dogs. And apparently the deers.
Yeah, thank you for the head pets.
Head pets. Trash can. Oh, I didn't get anything. Cry. Didn't get nothing. Hi there. I'll talk to people who I see on the way. Just to get a little bit of friendship. You just want to play with the Fwippy? I see how it is. You don't actually care about the deer. How dare you? Whoops, wrong tool. Oh, I can't reach the bubbles. Maybe I can. Maybe I didn't get max. Ah! Oh, I got it! Just barely. Oh, is that gonna be enough? It's not enough. I need touch bubbles. Oh, it's just barely out of reach. Oh, come on. I totally got a thing there. Aha! Got it. Why am I only getting trash from this bubble spot? It's like teasing me. It's like,
bubbles. But all you're gonna get is trash because you're a little.
yep. Yep. Here we go. I'm gonna do my best to try to reach the bubbles. Oh, look at that. We got a fish. Fish. Ooh, deluxe bait. I don't know how bubble spots work. I don't know if their counter counts down while you're paused or not. So I always get paranoid about like pausing when they're around. Oh, the bubbles are gone. Everyone say goodbye to the bubbles. Bye, bubbles. Now I can organize because the bubbles are gone. Alright, so there's a couple people who really like Butterfish's gift. But these are all regular quality. So we should probably get some better quality ones while we're fishing here. I think. Shouldn't be too difficult.
Fishy, 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 fish. Fish.
Look at that. We got a puppy fish. Pat the puppy fish. Pat them. Pat the puppy fish. I want a pet so bad, but I cannot afford a pet fee. It's just crazy. What is with these tiny little ass fish? I don't need them. Whatever the fuck that is. It's only it's not even worth that much. It's worth like so little. The other fish in here are way better. Give me a good fish. Thank you. Literally any other fish but a freaking minnow fish. It's so small, of course it wouldn't be worth much. You couldn't even get any meat off of it. You wanna know what I miss? Since moving out on my own, I haven't had sushi once. One time I caved and I tried Walmart sushi. It was so bad. You can't even consider that sushi. But I miss sushi so bad. I wish I could have some. I really wish I could. But it's just expensive. I cannot. Maybe one day. One day I'll have sushi again. You know, I saw that there was a thing that was like for streamers where people could buy them food. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. But then it turned out to be that they were talking about it because they had a data breach. And I was like, oh, that's terrifying. Can you imagine just being a streamer and you're just trying to get some incognito food, but then everyone knows where you live and has your address? That would be scary. I think it was only for a certain area, but still, just the thought of it. They probably... I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't up their security and all that stuff, but still. I really want to use, like, a food thing like that, because I want food.
Puppy fish. Puppy fish. Puppy fish. Puppy fish.
You know what would be funny? If I made a deal with like a devil or a witch for my firstborn child, but I'm not having kids, so... No, actually that would probably be in breach of contract. Like, going into it knowing I'm not gonna have kids, I'd probably get in trouble. Let's not make a witch or a deal. I'm never going to use this. I'm just going to sell it. I'm just going to immediately sell it. There's literally no purpose for me to have that sonar barber. Shows what fish is on the line before it's caught. Yeah, that's That's so helpful for me when I'm using a fishing mod to instantly fish. That is so incredibly helpful. Like, it literally does not matter. Oh, sweet, we got something to donate. And then a couple of things we're gonna need to organize.
Fishy, 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 fish. Fishy, fishy, fish.
I should get the look up anything mod to help with giving gifts to all of these modded characters. Because I know all the non-modded characters and what they like and stuff, but all the modded characters, that's gonna be a little bit more difficult, and I really don't want to risk. I'm gonna eat one of these fish. 100 energy. All right, a puppy fish gives you 100 energy because there's a bubble spot right here, and I wanna use it. So I think I'm probably gonna add that mod. But maybe not right away because we're still early game. Not really ready for all that stuff yet, but I think that would help with like figuring out the stuff I need and whatnot. I'm really excited to play in this world and to make it all fancy. Because I think it would be fun to decorate everywhere, not just our farm, but to like the mountain area and like the Cindersnap forest and all that stuff. I don't know if I would decorate in towns much at all. Maybe a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more tricky though because of the pathing of NPCs. So we'll have to see how that goes. What is a breakable item? What is an item that NPCs can break and I could just fill the town with it to find out the paths of them? Or would that be too much? Might be a bit much. I had a nightmare yesterday, and this is your warning. It's about teeth. 'Cause I got crowns put in, and I'm not really sure why I had this nightmare. And one thing is that before I got the crowns put in, your teeth have to be shaven down so it fits it like a glove. It's like a glove going over your tooth. But in order to make it fit in your mouth, your teeth have to be made smaller. So they shave it down. And she was trying to show me something with my teeth, but she forgot to cover my front teeth after they had been shaven down, and it was fucking terrifying. It was fucking terrifying to see. And it lives in my head, rent-free, terrorizing me for no good reason. But last night I dreamt that my crowns were loosening and they kept falling off and I couldn't get them to stay on. So I had to go to a dentist and they're like, oh, I don't even know how you managed to do this. And like, I don't know either, bitch, fix them. But they just kept falling off in the dream, the crowns. And I was just like, this fucking sucks. Not a fun dream. Did not have a good time last night. Alright, so we're gonna keep these two for gifts. And I'm gonna I'll keep those ones. And then, oh, wait, I guess the jelly is technically a fish. Oh dear. Oh, it's the wolf. Hello, wolf boy. How are you doing?
It's the wolf. It's RJT. Hello.
How are yous? Oh shit, we're gonna pass out. Hang on, let me just get my tools ready for tomorrow. Get inside.
Hey.
We made it. Just barely. Just barely made it. We just barely made it.
Wow.
I don't think we'll sell our fish until we get to level 10 fishing. Enjoying a wonderful week. Oh yeah, it is the weekend, isn't it? My schedule just feels so weird. Fertilizers? Okay. Oh, I forgot to pick up my watering can. That's literally the main thing I need first thing on the days, and I forgot to pick it up. Since I don't work a normal schedule, sometimes it's a little hard to remember what day it is. For the longest time, I worked an office job for over 3 years. And so it was Monday through Friday, and it was easy to know what day was when. Especially since you got off early on Fridays at my specific office, which was so nice. But now that I don't have a schedule like that, it's a little bit tricky. Now with my new jobs, I've just straight up told them I can't work on Sundays. So, I know I'm off tomorrow. Here we go.
Just some more water. Water.
Look at that. Look at that. We got some more water. Now, I do want our fields to be pretty. They don't need to be perfect. I would like a deluxe scarecrow. So I'm gonna need to want some praise. Sorry, my first go-to throughout that smile right there was just be like, oh, I'll give you some praise, all right. Was my first go-to for you specifically, JT, is to just absolutely tease you and just be like, oh, you're such a good boy. JT's such a good boy. But legitimately, praise or compliment, I think I'm going to lean towards more compliment. No, I know, exactly. I know. Is that you're one of, like, the nicest people I've ever met. And it's really crazy. Just how much you think about other people. And I'm just like, wow. So, you know, I tease you and be like, haha, I'm going to call him a good boy and all that stuff. But I really do appreciate you. You're a really good friend. And you're a really great person. And I hope you know that. Because it can be hard to... It can be hard to know that sometimes, because sometimes we just get so caught up that we forget. And we gotta have people remind us. We gotta have people remind us that we see you. We see how awesome you are. And then, of course, you are, in fact, a good boy, because JT is the goodest boy. What am I doing? Oh, the wood for the beach. Alright. Oh, wait, that's one too many. We'll just do that, and then do that. There we go. Alright, so now I'll take it off my list. I want to delete it, because if I just click it, if I just click it, it'll mark it as done. But then it'll, like, still be in this list, so I want to delete it, and now we'll head to the beach and fix it. Get rid of this grass. Get out of my path. Get out of my path, grass. So I really want to get the weathered floor, but then there's also a stone flooring that I want to get. Because I want to do something that I saw on some other people's Stardew Worlds, because I watch a lot of Stardew Valley streamers, YouTubers, duh. It's the autism. If I find something I like, I obsess over it. It's called a special interest. I know way more about Stardew than I should, but also not enough at the same time, I feel like. Oh, it's a berries. I want them. Please don't fall into the water. Oh, I just barely got it. I was just barely close enough. Hi. I wonder if I can get any trash goodies. Oh, no trash goodies today. Hello, friend. All right, goodbye, friend. We're going to the beach. We're going to the beach to fix it all up. You're asleep. Stelvac is sending messages in his sleep. Now that is pro. That is absolutely pro. He is typing while he is sleeping. You've heard of sleep walking and sleep talking. Stelvac is sleep typing. So, he is the pro. Despite how entertaining I'm very entertaining. I hope so. I try to be. I try to be as entertaining as I naturally am. I try to tap into that ADHD and go, meow. Entertainment activated. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like meow. And we're gonna go this way. Boop. Oh, cutscene? Hang on, I gotta drink some water. More water. I don't know what to do when they make punctuation. Sound of entertainment. Meow. That's what entertainment sounds like. I feel like Sophia would be very soft-spoken, so I'm gonna give her a very soft-spoken voice.
Oh, Sylvia? It's just you?
Yep, it's me!
Sorry, I get startled easily.
It's okay. We all got those introvert friends.
Hey, you're kind of new to farming, so... I want to give you a device as my way of welcoming you to the valley.
Oh, that's right, we get a sprinkler from her.
Follow me to my storage chest.
Sprinkler, sprinkler, we get off for sprinkler.
Here, it's a sprinkler. It'll automatically water adjacent crops every day.
Sprinkler, sprinkler.
I have an order ledger in my cosplay room.
She cosplays!
If you need more, you can purchase sprinklers from me.
Sprinkler. Sprinkler. She's fucking OP. She gave us a sprinkler. How cool is that, you guys? And not like a basic sprinkler. It's a quality one. So, like, how expensive are her sprinklers to purchase, actually? I want to know. I got a book. I got 2 books. Guys, we got 2 in 1. We got a library book, and then we also got this book. What does this book do? I should have read what it... Huh? Oh, it's in this one. Oh, 1 defense. Sweet! Sophia! Oh, I don't have anything for you. That's okay. You couldn't find any eggs? Aww. Can we help her win next time? Just be like, they call the whistle and I just dump all my eggs into her basket. I want a cosplay room. Alright. Oh, shit. Okay, those are expensive. 3,500. I'm not gonna buy basic sprinklers because I never use basic sprinklers. So, I'm just not gonna do that. It's Foxy! Foxy Phoenix! Hey, how was your stream? I was in there earlier. Well, you know, I was chatting. I was chatting. Ah, my gosh. Can we get a shout out for Foxy? Is Deltara still here? Do I have to do it myself? I'll do it myself. Oh, there's my thing. Sorry, you can't. This is my first ever sponsored stream, and every half hour I have to say this thing for the sponsorship. Click my link, or if I could speak, just real quick, I'll get through it, and then we'll get back to talking to you guys. Click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals and free appetizers for life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active. If you're in the U.S., the link and code are valid in all countries and respective local discount were applied. HelloFresh is actually really good. I've used it before. It gives you like half off. You spend $30, I get $50, and you get a free appetizer in your box, and it's really, really cool. Yes. All right. Hello, Foxy. How is it? Did you do the stream? And here, let me get the shout out for you. There it is. Pause the music so I can hear it.
I was gonna tell you guys.
Oh, it's freezing. I'm having issues with my shout out player right now. I don't know why.
You guys want to know what the name of my Spotify playlist that I play for you guys?
I want to know. I want to know what the name of the Spotify playlist is. I want to know. You're too late, Deltara. I had to do your job for you. You're fired, Deltara. Fired. HelloFresh is so good. My my parents had used it before I even started streaming, so I know it's good. I don't have an account with them, so I could use my own code, but I need to get paid first. So you can dip in chores.
Gremlin, shut up.
Abusing chat,
Okay,
I
so
see.
the playlist is called something.
Something. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Yep, okay, it broke. It's broken. Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome in from Foxy's. Foxy's awesome. You guys know that. You just came from her stream. For those of you who don't know me, I am Sylvia VT. Now, I'm technically a tree spirit, but I've taken on the form of a deer girl because who doesn't like wiggly little ears? And to see if you guys want to stick around, maybe drop a follow, I do have a little bit of a trailer so you can see what to expect from my streams. So I'll play that for you now. Going on an adventure with her. Going on an adventure. I'm gonna break into people's houses and steal all their shit. Oh my god, no! We can make them gay! It was Inhibibit? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, get fucked, fans! You're dead! You're so dead! Oh shit, it's the balls!
Yeah, that's my raid trailer.
And thank you so much for the compliment, Star. I did her up myself. Here we go, a better view. So I got big, long, old braids, a little deer with wiggly little ears, and a pretty little dress.
Yeah.
But I am, my 2D model is in the works. My friends, who are also streamers, are a married couple. They are a artist rigger married couple duo, Blue and Gihan. They are the absolute best. They're really, really cool because Gihan was an art teacher at one point in his life, so he can actually do multiple art styles, which is really very, very like wow. Do. Thank you so much for the follow, Falsa. Am I saying that right? I hope I'm saying that right. As you could tell in the raid trailer, sometimes I can't speak. Sometimes words just don't word for me, and I have issues. But I try my best. I do try my very best. So I do have a 2D model coming soon, and like Deltora said, I will have a tail. Y'all have a tail, but deer tails are so small, aren't they? Well, you'll be able to see it when I move from like side to side. It'll just barely peek out. And so I'm very excited for that because it'll also put a couple of things on toggles that I'm really looking forward to. That'll make it easier. It'll make life a little bit easier. We are playing Stardew Valley. It might look a little bit different than what you might be used to because this is our ultimate modded Stardew Valley. So I have 72 mods running. We have Stardew Valley Expanded. Some of you might recognize that. We also have East Scrap and Ridgeside Village. We also have Adventurers Guild Expanded. I have a bigger backpack mod. UI Info Suite, of course. Yeah, it's not 72 unique mods. It's 72 mods total, so that does include the mods needed to make the mods work. Yeah. So it's like the mod fixer or whatever. That's the content patcher. Yeah, that's what it's called. So it has all the stuff to make the mods work are counted in that. But as you can see, I got a flowery interface as well. So that's very fancy. I am trying to do voice acting for all the characters. However, I am not a professional. I'm just a little guy. So, yeah. Also, this what? Oh! My hooves! Deltora, how scandalous. How scandalous. Some people have, like, feet, so I got hooves. I don't got feet, I got hooves. Scandalous. How scandalous, Deltora. How could you do that? You just flashed all the new people? You're thirsty. Bonk. I'm gonna bonk you. I'm bonking you, Deltora. You can't see it, but I'm bonking you. Alright, let's get into the cutscene now, you scandalous little guy.
It's the new farmer. How are you doing on this fine sunny day? You caught me in the middle of tending to my crops. I'm spreading some new Joja fertilizer on my crop fields. I always use Joja fertilizer. It makes my crops stronger and healthier.
You're too cute. Yes, that's right. I'm adorable, and you're the stinky one.
Deltora always says that the streamer's stinky, but if he's always smelling stinkiness, whether it's me or even Blue's chat, I think he is the stinky one. That's all that I can say. Smelt it, dealt it.
Say, you're just starting out on Ultimate Mod Farm. I have something for you to help you out.
Oh, that's right. He gives us like 4 strawberry seeds, but it comes through the mail, so we don't get it right away.
I have some strawberry seeds for you. Fairhaven Farm strawberries have a good reputation in Grampleton and Chester Vale.
Can I get those as mods? Actually, I'm going to look that up real quick. Nexus mods.
Is she really gonna add more to all the mods that she has? Yes, she will, because she's freaking insane.
Grampleton. This is, let's see, Grampleton's Maker's Market Letter. Fields Warp? What is this? It's not giving me, okay, whatever. It's fine. I'll just ignore that. It's fine. We don't need more mods. Unless someone recommends one. Then I'll look into it.
I'll be sending them your way once I have the time. These crops got me occupied. You have yourself a nice day, Sylvia. Go get some dirt on you.
I will. I'm gonna go roll around in the mud.
Oh, another cutscene. We're getting a lot of cutscenes today.
Ahoy, Sylvia.
Wait, Willie? Yeah.
Ahoy, Sylvia.
I'll do my best, but I'm not a professional.
I'm returning from a fishing trip deep in Cinder Sap Forest. There's a river filled with king salmon this time of year. Ooh. Take a gander at this beauty. Slaps it on the floor. She was quite the mighty catch. She'll sell for a good coin on the market.
Guess we're going fishing there.
If you're feeling the angling spirit, try catching one of these beauties.
Alright, I will. Because I want money, and I have a mod that makes it so I instantly catch fish. So I don't even have to struggle. Oh, hey! Lewis mentioned that he would forage. I'm just gonna steal some forage right from out under you. Don't mind me. It's my forage now. I don't give a fuck if it's your front yard. You can't have it. No, don't break it. Don't break it. I got it. I saved it. I saved the dandelion from being walked over. Look at that. I'm such a pro. For those of you who might not know, if NPCs walk over a forage item, it destroys it. So we gotta be quick if we see forage. We gotta snatch it all up if it's in an NPC's path, because otherwise it's gone forever. Look at all these berries I'm getting. Oh my god, so many berries. I love it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all these. Give me the freaking berries. Look at that. Look at all these berries. So I think we'll go a little bit of fishing. Should we do that tomorrow? Because it's kind of late in the day already. I'll do a little bit of mining over here. Oh, there's more berry bushes over here I can get. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do the copper nodes. Look at that. Look at all that XP I'm getting. I'm going to upgrade my pickaxe as soon as I can. So I'm going to need some of this. I'm also going to need rocks though, aren't I? Well, I already have the furnaces. That's right. Okay, I hope I have enough. I don't have the money for it yet, but if we're going to do some fishing, then we'll be fine. There we go. I'll get rid of these wood so other stuff can spawn here. Get rid of the bushes as well. Ooh, geode rocks. Those are cool. I like that. I want those. I want all the trinkets, all the goodies, all the time.
Give them to me. Give me all the trinkets. Trinkets.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wow. Another trinket for my collection.
All right, I should probably... Oh, just a rock? Okay. If I could not miss, that would be absolutely fantastic. I'm starting to feel exhausted. It's hard being a little guy. Sometimes you just get a little bit eepy. All right. I don't know if there's anything else we need to do today, so I'll just drop off all the stuff that we have. I need to make some more chests. Hang on. These will also... Oh, wait. That needs to go to a crab pot. Okay. Let me just go this. And this. And this. Lovely. And then... Yes. Crab pot. That already has one in there. Now, I do have a sprinkler ready, but I don't want to break any of the crops that I already have up. So I'm just going to put it onto the side here. And we'll just... It'll just help us a little bit. It's honestly not going to help us too much, but anything is better than nothing. So, shove those in there. And then it's not raining tomorrow, so we are going to need to water our crops. And shove that in there. Oh, I should make sure that my pet bowl is watered. Very important. Oh, right, copper. I do have 5 copper, but I don't have the money for an upgrade yet. But that's only enough for 1 tool upgrade. And I'm going to want to upgrade all my tools eventually. So might as well get the next set smelting. Alright, and now we sleeps. Lovely. Alright, it is going to rain to... Oh, hi, Andy.
Morning, Sylvia. Just dropped by to warn you about those crows flying around. I woke up to see them flocking over my crop field. Had to scare a few off.
I have a scarecrow, so it's fine.
I think your farm is fine. I live right by their forest, so I get them roosting in the trees. Darn crows. Yep, there they are. Darn scavengers. But it looks like they aren't nibbling on your crops like they did mine.
Yeah, I have a scarecrow.
Would be a good idea to build more of them scarecrows if you can.
I literally...
Might not be a bad idea to build a few myself. I'll go get them started. Good luck farming.
Well, thanks for warning me, even though I was already prepared. I feel like that was a mansplain. Like, I get that one's more like, oh, we're gonna help you with tutorial stuff, because the game doesn't tell you that naturally. But, like, I already had a scarecrow. I am a professional. I am a professional. So, like, I know what I'm doing. Hello. Even if it doesn't look like I know what I'm doing, especially when I say I don't know what I'm doing, I still know what I'm doing. Don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. I know what I'm doing. Oh, we got a green bean ready.
Oh, we got a green bean. Ooh. Another trinket for my collection.
And once the strawberries are... I think that it's just the green bean and the strawberry that we need left for the spring crops. And it looks like we got a couple of parsnips ready. I'll plant down some forage seeds in those spots just because I don't want them to be empty. Very good. Very good indeed. Look at that. Yoink. Yoink the green bean. Oh, it's gold star quality too. Kind of wish it wasn't, just because we're going to be donating it. But you know what? We'll keep it in our chest. We still have to wait for the strawberries, which is going to take 4 days. And we'll get another green bean in 3 days, so maybe it'll be a non-golden one, and then we can sell the golden one. And donate the less one. The community center doesn't need the best items. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Had an itch on my eyebrow, which is really random. But it is what it is. When you're streaming, your entire face is just like...
You're streaming?
That's what it does. I swear that's what it does. Parsnips are a loved gift for Pam. So if I can get some quality parsnips, honestly, I really just want to get a collection of universally loved gifts. That way I don't have to worry about whose is whose. Just because we have a lot of people to deal with. We have so many people to deal with right now. It's a little bit insane. Oh, here are the strawberry seeds. And then we'll drop the parsnip off. And we're gonna go fishing in the forest. And that. So I'll take this deluxe bait. And then I'll put a couple more copper into the furnace. Well, now before we go off to go fishing, I am just gonna pop into our personal little thingamabob. Our personal hot springs. Could you imagine? Could you imagine owning land and then you just find a hot springs? I would be so happy. Like, this is amazing. And it's like perfectly enclosed too, so you could even go here while it's raining. Like, how nice is that? All right. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. All right. Look at me go. Look at me go. Wow. Look at me go. Oh, it's already ready. Nice. I wonder if I have iron. I do not have iron. We'll do a little bit more copper. We don't have any more copper after this, so we don't need to worry about just heading to the forest and fishing for the day now. Because I want to get some of those king salmon that I mentioned. I know it's 2 people's birthdays, but I don't feel equipped to give birthday gifts yet. We'll try to make sure that we're doing that from year 2 onwards, even if we're like unsure if it's a love gift. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get the look up anything mod, but we'll add that in year 2. I think once year 2 starts, when we are actually doing birthday stuff. I am gonna try befriending Susan immediately though, to try to get those unlocks for cheaper crafting recipes. So she's the exception. Just because having to use less materials for, like, kegs, that's gonna go a long way. All right, so the forest is just over here. So we got a couple of... Oh, wow, there's a lot of berries by the mouse house. I'm just gonna grab all these berries real quick so we can replenish our energy while fishing easily. And then we'll say hi to the house mouse and... Oh, what is that? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I remember I saw a TikTok about this where it's like at the, it's specifically on the spring 17th, but I always forgot. Look at that, we got a leprechaun hat. So on spring 17th, if you come down here at the end of the rainbow, there's a little, oh my god. That just gave me money. That's so cool. All right, I just want to look at the hats real quick. These are cute, but I'm way more excited about the gold I just got. That was awesome. All right, now we're going to go to the forest. Oh, hang on. There's another berry bush right up here. If I can just... There we go. Now... I think I might need to zoom out. Because I don't quite know where the river is supposed to be. There is a sign over here. I am ignoring the forage on purpose. So don't be like, Sylvia, you're missing forage. I'm doing it on purpose. Because I can pick them up on the way back. I can pick them up on the way back. If I have room in my inventory for it. So this is the Aurora Vineyard. And I'm pretty sure that we can unlock this later for ourselves. So this would be like a great place to like... grow our ancient fruit, and or maybe we'll do ancient fruit. Oop, I'm freezing. Sometimes you just gotta stop all movement if you freeze when you have those many mods open. Can I not cut through the trees? Thank you. Where is this river? I imagine it has to be... Okay, I see water. I see water. Sweet. Okay, I see. I'm going to zoom back in now because I don't particularly like being zoomed out, but I don't mind using it as a strategy. Alright, so I see the king salmon. I imagine that these fish are actually really hard to catch if you don't have the instant fish mod. Well, that is not a fish. So, I want to see how much one of these fish sells for. Looks like we got a couple of different fish in here. So, it looks like we got the king salmon, largemouth bass, dorado, sunfish, and pikes as our options. So, sunfish is worth 56. Now, it's not bad, but it's not much at all. It would be better to fish at the bridge to East Scrap rather than trying to just get those fish. Because the butterfish and the puppy fish are worth a lot. So, I really want to see how much these king salmon are worth, though. Okay, we're just getting a bunch of dorado. Or sunfish? Yeah, sunfish, sorry. These orange ones are dorado. Very similar in color that my brain is... Ah, I was too late in that timing. That was my bad. My bad. I gotta be better. I gotta be better at the fishing. I got this. I'm choking. Why am I choking? I got this. Alright, a king salmon. 600. Okay, that is actually really good. That is actually really, really, really good. Am I hungry? Why am I hungry? How long have I been streaming for? It's been 2 hours. Do I have... I don't have any snacks on me. Okay, I will be right back. I'm just going to grab an applesauce real quick because I want to keep streaming, but I don't like the hungry feeling. It kind of hurts. But I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Right back. We'll be fast. We'll be zooming. I told you I'd be fast and zooming. What I have here is, it's just an applesauce pouch. Just makes it easy. But whenever I start to get hungry, there are two different types of hungry feelings I get, and the most common one is the one where I feel ill, which is really unfortunate, where one of my main hungry, like my body telling me that, hey, your stomach is empty. It just kind of feels like my stomach's burning. I don't know. But that's also the same feeling I get when I like, oh, I might throw up. So my go-to is applesauce. I've already eaten a little bit of it and that feeling has gone away, but I'm just like, it's really uncomfortable. And I don't know why my body does that. But applesauce in a pouch is really handy because I don't need a straw, or I'm drinking from a straw, so I don't need a spoon. I was going to say I don't need a spoon, so I'm drinking from a straw, but it just came out wrong. Because it's like one of those the go pouches. There we go. Okay, I feel a little bit better and I still have some left, so I can have that a little bit later too. Let's get back to fishing. Let's get back to fishing. Fishy, 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 fish. Fishy, 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 fish, fishy, 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 fish. Oh, what I need to do is get a bait maker for the king salmon. Have I unlocked the recipe for that yet? Ooh, iron. So I need iron fillet. Okay. That's gonna take me a little bit to get then. Wait, when is the trout derby? Because I'm gonna need the bait maker for the trout derby. Because you can get some good rewards from that. Okay, so it's not this month, but next month. Okay, so I got a little bit of time. So after today's fishing excursion, we'll try to focus on the mines as much as we can. I'll sell the fish, upgrade my pickaxe for the mines. Yeah, that's what I'll do. We got this. It's gonna be great. And then, yeah, the king salmon's worth a lot. Wow. I should keep at least one of each fish so I can use a bait maker for them. And you might think like, oh, that's a waste of money. I don't think it is, because if I use one fish and I get 5 bait and then I get at least 4 more of the fish type for that bait, I have quadrupled my profits. It's so hard to reach this one. It's so far away. Can I just get... No, there's no way for me to get closer. Oh, that's not gonna hit it. It's so hard when the bubble spot's just far enough away where it's like, oh, you need like the next level or a perfect max. You see, I got it that time, and that was because it was like on the cusp of being a max. Oh, we got quite a few stuff. So this is 800. All right, because this is a gold quality, so still. We'll definitely sell the iridium one and keep one of the gold ones. We'll keep one of each of the lowest quality of them all. I know the higher qualities make more bait, but the higher quality ones are going to give us more money. Dull. And while we're sitting here, make sure to click the link or use my code and get 10 free meals, plus a free appetizer for life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries, and the respective local discount will apply. You can use the code or click the link, which I have in that little chat message, which has just popped up for you guys. It'll be about $30, which is like half off for a box, and you get quite a few meals out of it with the addition of the free appetizer, which is really, really cool. It is for new accounts only. So, if you already have one, unfortunately, it won't work. But then you get like half off. And it's really, really, really cool. And then I get $50 when you pay for 30. So that's a pretty good deal, I'd say. I'd say that's a pretty darn good deal. Let me drink some more water. Delicious. I love water. Let me go. Let me get all this fish, all this money, all this liquid cash. I wonder if there's going to be unique fish in this river each season. What was that? Did I level up? I did not level up, so why did I get the dun-dun-dun? Oh, we got some iron. That's actually really good. We need that. So it is starting to get dark. Let me just catch like 1, maybe 2 more fish. Okay, just 1 more fish. Okay, I guess that's a sign for me to go home since I immediately got the fish. And I will grab whatever forage I see on my way as well. Oh, we need to go upwards. I think. I need to head towards the Aurora Vineyard. Which is somewhere. I'm like right next to the path. Here's the path. Alright, here's the vineyard. Then we need to go all the way to the right. This forest is quite big. Big forest. Big forest. Let me just grab this. Oh, I almost missed this lake. So that time I just straight up didn't see it because I'm blind. Oh, there's a daffodil. I'm just gonna grab that real quick and go yoink.
It's mine now.
Is this not the way out? Oh no, it is. Okay, hang on. Almost there. There we go. I made it. I escaped.
Here we go. Look at me go. I'm just a little guy.
Trying to get home before passing out.
Oh, the berries. I have to get the berries.
Gives 1 experience for foraging. Ah, the stupid tree! Get out of my way! The bushes. Just let me get my goodies. Ah, I need to get to the path to make this easier. Okay. I need to head up. Ah, I got the experience. It's fine. Leave the berry. We don't have time. I can't pass out. I can't afford to pass out. I don't want to give the people my money. I know it's getting late. I'm trying. I'm walking as fast as I can. Go, little Stardew character, go. Don't pass out. Don't pass out. Grab these real quick. Hang on. So, donate that. Fish. Alright, let's just put all the fish in there just for the moment so I can think. I need to get stuff out of my inventory. Alright, good. So this is stuff that we're selling. So now we can go back to this. We're definitely selling this one. And this one. Sell a couple of those. So I think having 5 of each one is fine. Well, these ones, actually, I'll sell 2 of those. I'm gonna wait until I'm level 10, though, because we're getting really, really close to that. There we go. Should I sell some stuff so I could upgrade one of my tools tomorrow? I don't think I'm gonna have enough. But I'll sell a little bit. Alright. There we go. I think it's just 2,000. So I might get enough. I don't... yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that's not enough. That's okay. You're back again. You're ready to bully.
You can't even spell the word bully right. Haha, you're so stinky. Haha, you're so stinky, Deltara.
Oh, it's raining. I don't need to water my crops. That's awesome. Why don't I have full energy? What? I have 202 out of 270, but is it because of the time I went to bed? It's raining though, so I want to go fishing. Hang on, let me just grab my berries. I guess I'll take a dip in my sauna real quick, and then I'm gonna go to the bridge. Because not only will they have catfish, which are pretty good, But it'll also have the butterfish and the puppyfish, which sell for a lot. So I'll just top up my energy. I guess if you go to bed after 1 a.m., you get a small energy penalty. Is that new? Because I don't remember that. I always thought that if you got into bed on time, you just no penalty. We're trying to get fish so we can get money and become rich. Farming in my sleep. I must be. I don't even know. I must just be farming in my sleep. Do I have enough to put a... I do not. That's fine. We're off on an adventure. I guess I should give Pam a gift. I know she likes parsnips. If I have a parsnip, I'll give her one. If not, fuck her. Oh, I do. Oh, but it's my only one? I don't want to give her my only parsnip. I don't like Pam that much. Sorry, Pam. It's my first year in the Valley. I had no idea it was your birthday. What are you even talking about? I don't have an app that tells me everyone's birthday on the day of their birthday. How would I know? How would I know? You want me to look at the calendar in the middle of town? I don't have time for that. I'm trying to revitalize my grandfather's farm. You guys don't give me gifts on my birthday. What about my birthday? Farmer has a birthday. I don't want a freaking acorn. They don't care about the farmer, and yet they want gifts from the farmer on their birthdays. But what about the farmer's birthday? Mine would be like spring 4. Actually, it would be fall 4. Because September. September's like right at the end. Oh, it's right at the end of summer, but right at the beginning of fall. It's kind of an awkward spot. Alright, now we fish for money. Give me the fishy, fishy fish. Shiny rock? I do like shiny rocks. Rocks are great. I don't have any though right now. Why am I yawning? Why? Probably because I didn't sleep well because of my nightmare. At least I'm getting iridium quality, so they'll sell for a good chunk. That's trash. What do you mean I've used my last P to... Okay, whatever. I'll finish with this. I do have some more bait, though, so... Okay, that's gonna take way too long. Even though you automatically catch the fish, you still have to wait for the fish to get on your line, so it could take a little while sometimes. Oh, I got treasure! Oh, more bait. Perfect. I need that.
It knows what I need.
I'll take my bait off if I see a bubble spot because it works better than bait. Oh, sweet. We got even more bait now. That'll be our backup bait. I don't want to switch what bait I got on. Oops, I thought I heard a sound, but I did not because I am crazy. I'm just a little bit crazy sometimes. Oh, there's a bubble spot. Oh, sweet. Hang on. Make this go away. Let me see if I can organize this just real quick. How far out do I have to go? Okay, we got this. Bubble bubbles. Bubble, 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 bubble. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Bubbles. And it's on the other side of the bridge, so it's easier to reach. Look at that. Look at this. I don't even need bait if I have bubbles. This is amazing. Bubbles. Bubbles. What's your favorite type of fish for people who like to eat fish? My favorite type of fish to eat is salmon, personally. I think it's really good. Having it, like, because I like sushi. So I'll eat raw salmon if it's prepared correctly. I also don't mind seared salmon, smoked salmon. Basically any type of salmon. I like it. I also like tuna. Tuna's also a good fish, I think. Don't mind me just being a little bit organizational of my stuff. The fish downwards the bridge. I like the way it looks better. I don't know. I'm just a little guy. Did I say that tuna is also a good fish and I like to eat that fish too? Man, I really want sushi. Maybe not even necessarily sushi, just salmon. I just want fish so bad. Oh, sweet. That's actually, we need that. And that. And that. Very nice indeed. Love it. Love to see it. Not the trash. Not the trash. We love to see the treasure. Why would you give me trash when I'm trying to fish? I want fish, not trash. Trash. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's a fish. That's a fish. That's what I want to see. I want to see the fish. Give me the fish. Oh, there's a bubble spot. Don't mind if I do. I like the bubbles. How about you? Bubble, bubble, bubbles. Love the bubbles. Bubble, bubble, bubbles. Giving me all the fish. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bubble, bubble. Oh, we leveled up. We level up. We only need one more. Then we can sell off our fish. One more level for the fish, please. One more level for my fishes, please. Bubble, 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 bubble. The bubbles. The bubble, bubble, bubbles. I'm starting to feel exhausted. Not on my watch. I'm just gonna shove a handful of berries down my throat. And now I'm no longer tired. God, I want salmon so badly right now. The worst part about being broke is that I think, well, okay, not the worst part. One bad part, okay, not necessarily even bad, but one sad part about being broke as a woman is when you're craving stuff, you're just, that's it. You just get to sit there and suffer. Because you can't afford it. It's not a necessity. So you're not going to buy it because you're broke. I see more bubbles. I really hope, like, one or two people, doesn't have to be a lot, but if one person does the HelloFresh thing, I get $50. And that's basically my water bill. My water bill is usually around $60 to $70 depending. But like, that is insane. So if I had two people, then it's for sure at least one of my utility bills. So that's nice. I'm going to be trying to look into the sponsorships a little bit more. See if I can get more. Just kind of have them going on in the background. Because I don't need to hit crazy high numbers. But if just one or two people... It'd be cool if I could get some game sponsorships. Because, like, a lot of those are free. You just got to get people to try the game. and they have to just like play it for like 15 minutes or something. So I gotta see if I can get a game sponsorship, because that one doesn't cost money. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Whew. Okay, I sneezed, but I muted in time. Stardew? I would lose my shit if Stardew wanted to sponsor me. I would fucking lose my shit if a game that I loved wanted to sponsor me. That would be crazy. But most of the time it's gonna be like mobile games or stuff, so they can tell that they used your link for it. You have to pay for Stardew, so maybe it could give like a discount code or something. But I would lose my mind. It would be crazy. You'd be like, Sylvia, what happened to your brain cells? I lost my mind. It's gone. It's gone. Well, that's the thing. They don't even need to pay me for it. I just love Stardew. But if they wanted to, I would lose my mind. That would be great. Look at all of these goodies I'm getting. I feel like I can't even donate stuff to the museum now because I have no idea what I need for the other bundles. I used my last piece of bait. Okay, just give me a second then. I'll put more bait on it. Wow, look at me go. Big brain. Big brain. What peaceful music to be fishing to. No, it's just nice. I mean, people who are watching the VOD, they're like, what music? Well, you gotta come to the stream live if you want to hear the music, because you guys don't get to hear it because copyright issues. Although, technically this one's lo-fi, so it would probably be fine. But whatever. There's no... How dare you, Deltora? How dare you? How dare you lie? You're right. There is no music. It's just the voices in my head. Just the voices in my head on repeat. Starting to feel exhausted. Not if I shove a bunch of berries into my mouth. I think I'll only do a little bit because it's getting late. And then we'll see. Because I can't uneat a berry. Could you imagine? Just bleh. And it's pristine. Yeah, I'm weird. I don't know why you guys watch me. I'm just a little bit chaotic sometimes, I suppose. Hopefully it's entertaining enough. You know, I have a new thing that I'm gonna have to do. And that is, I'm gonna have to quit McDonald's. And that's not the problem. The problem, for me, is that I have only been there for a week. But Gion gave me some really good advice. Awkwardness is just the bridge to empathy. And so it'll feel a little awkward for me, but only because I understand that they're short-staffed and I feel bad for the other coworkers. But I can't do minimum wage. Not when I have another job that is going to be way better. Also, I will not have to deal with the fryer because there was only a couple times I used a fryer, but after each shift, I would have because I have eczema. I had small eczema breakouts on like my right hand wrist area, and I was like, oh, that is right where I was like dealing with the fryer and stuff, and a little bit on my left hand too from when I was shoveling the fries into the little containers, because sometimes they don't perfectly fall in. They would kind of like fall on your hand. Oh, I need to head back. So, I was just getting oil on me, which is really, really bad for your skin. It's just normally, but especially if you have eczema. So, I am gonna look forward to not having to deal with that again. And then I get to start a different job, which is way above minimum wage, so I will be happy. And set. Is that Morris? It just says to give someone a gift. It doesn't have to be something that they like. I'm gonna give Morris a piece of trash, because he is trash. I got money for that, loser. What a loser. He's so stinky. I'm just gonna hop into the bed right now and then I'll organize my stuff in the morning. I don't want to risk passing out because there have been times before where I started organizing my stuff and then I lost track of the time. Alright, we do have the traveling cart today. Hang on. I got something in my eye. Alright, we're good. And then I have some gifts in here, don't I? I'll put 3 of these in here for gifting purposes. But hang on. Hello, Akira. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Here we go. We got I don't know why those are in there. This should be in the donate chest. Here, let me put some of the stuff into to be sold chests so I can just organize a little bit better. I do actually need 2 of those, so that's perfect. Oh, I only need 1 of those. Request a fresh cauliflower. I hope I have a cauliflower for you, but I'm not certain. A white fur ball on your head. I'm assuming you mean a cat. I love cats. I want a cat. Oh, I want to have a pet cat so bad.
I want a cat. Cat. I want a kitty cat.
And I get stun stones and I don't stun stones. What am I doing? There we go. I'm going to put these in the donate chest because we are eventually going to need to donate them. And I don't want to accidentally give them away in gifts or anything like that. A dog? Oh, that's a little bit aggressive. A dog on your head when you wake up that weighs 65 pounds? Oh my god. That's a little bit much. They must think that they're still a puppy. The problem about dogs is that however you treat them as a puppy, when they get bigger, they still think that they can do the things that they did as a puppy. And so if you let your dog jump on you, like leap onto your lap as a puppy and you like hold and cuddle and snuggle with them, if they're a dog that gets big, when they become big, they think they can still do that and they're gonna knock you the fuck over. That's just what happens. Ah, sweet, my cauliflower already. Ooh, I've leveled up too. That's nice. I don't know if I want to plant any more. Oops. I don't know if I want to plant any more crops for spring. Because I kind of want to shift the farm a little bit. Hang on. My nose is itchy. I got it itch. Okay. I'm going to shift the farm over a little bit. Maybe I can buy some recipes. Can I? What type of fences can I build? Just a wood fence? I can't make a hardwood fence? Okay, fine. I thought she was a lapdog. Yeah, just because you treated her as a lapdog when she was a puppy. That's just how they do. That's just how they do. However you treat them as a puppy, they'll remember. They'll keep that in their head. They're like, oh, I'm a lapdog. I was a lapdog when I was a little baby, so why would I not be a lapdog now? And then they're just like, if they stood on their hind legs, they're taller than you, and you're like, oh, shit. Alright, so we'll drop off this and this. The green bean will be ready in one more day. So I think I'll wait to donate to the community center to see if it's a non-gold star green bean. And then I'll do a community center. Oh, but I really want to do it now so I can see what I'm going to need for the... Okay, fine. I'm just going to do it now. Fuck it. Jody wants a cauliflower as well. Alright, I'll take an extra one. These quests are what are going to help me with my direction in the game, so... Click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals and a free appetizer for life. One appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. For HelloFresh, that's right, we are sponsored. Sponsored. Put that in there because I don't have that unlocked yet. And HelloFresh is actually really cool. Instead of full price, you get like over 50% off, which is insane. Plus a free appetizer, which is also insane. But if you, when I tested it, it ended up to be like $30. But then I get $50, so I'm just saying, if you buy one, that's pretty dope because not only do you get food, but I also get money. You get discounted food, and it's basically like you buy food, but you're also donating at the same time. Like, that's crazy. Could you imagine? That's just insane. Get food and feed deer. It's literally that. No, I'm sure I have a... Yep, that's what I thought. I need more of the poppies. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, I still need the strawberry. Fuck, I really wanted to do more stuff. I really wanted, oh. Now I can't donate these. I can't donate those because I don't know if I need them for the boiler room. That's for a quest. So here, I can donate these things. Alright. Alright. Man, this is gonna be rough. I have the shoplifters mod, don't I? I don't know who to steal from, though. I kind of would feel bad. Just a little bit. Not too much, though. Not from Pierre. Fuck Pierre. And also probably not Clint. Fuck Clint.
I just got some ice cream for free.
That one is like almost never attended. I just have to... You can steal if it's not being attended to. That is how you steal. Hang on, I gotta look up the image for my museum design. Because I'm following an image to make it pretty. I'm not gonna pay for ice cream. All right, so I got a tail, which goes in this spot, and then this goes here, and then this little doll goes here, and this little sword stamp, 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 stamp goes here, and then this goes here, and then this goes right here. Should I just donate these gems? Because I can always get more. Ugh, I might as well just do it anyway. I'm gonna have to donate them eventually. And I really don't want to run back and forth. You see, and now I get a new reward as well. Hey, now we don't need to go to the desert immediately. So I can actually use that money for other stuff. That's awesome. I can only steal from each shop once a day, though. So I can't just, like, infinitely steal from a shop. The saloon just opened. If I can get to his desk before him, I could rob him. Excuse me? I should be able to steal from each shop once a day. There. And goodbye. We do have to be careful, though, because if they are close enough to us, they can see us steal. So we do got to be a little bit careful. No, I'm going to save it for a birthday. I'm going to save the pizza for a birthday. Marnie, you better be at your shop or I'm going to rob you. No, don't out me. Oh, hi, Marnie. Bye, Marnie. Don't out me like that. Come on, Delta. I wonder if it works with modded stores, like Stardew Valley Expanded. I don't know. Oh, no, it's not gonna work because we interact with it even when Sophia wasn't there, and it just prompted for the prices. I was totally not gonna rob her. I didn't steal from Marnie. She was at her stop. I didn't rob her because she was there. Hold your jets. Cool your horses. I was just thinking about it, okay? I forgot to give Jody her fucking... Oh, whatever, I'll do it later. I'm probably gonna need rocks for crafting, so I should grab some rocks. Because if I grab them out here, it actually gives me experience, unlike the mines. And I think as my mining level increases, I get more stuff that I can mine out here. So I'll just try clearing this a little bit. Steal from... Oh, you're right. I can steal from Joja. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot that Joja existed because I just black out when it comes to Joja. I'm like, what? Also, I was trying to pop my neck. I just black out. I totally forgot. Thank you for the reminder. I can rob Joja. I can rob Joja. Am I getting a cutscene? I am. So tired. Can't keep my eyes open. Mood. Oh, hey, Andy's here. This is a cute little detail. Oh, apologies. Welcome to Joja Mart. How may I help you? Oh, I didn't mean to leave. The mod says I have to steal it from this counter. Can I? Yeah, that's the counter I have to steal from. I think Pierre's is closed now. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's a cutscene. Oh, it's broken. It's just the Joja coupon cutscene. I'm gonna skip it. Oh, you're still at your counter. I need him to not be at his counter. Oh, damn it. Hit squad if I'm caught. Morris Wood. Hi, Pierre. Don't mind me. I'm just browsing. What time does Pierre leave his thing? Is it 5? Because yeah, okay, so he stands over here. I'm just gonna look at the backpack, don't mind me. Oh my god, we hit the jackpot! I can sell the retaining soil even though... Oh my god, we got so much stuff. Wait, what is this? Hang on. The shoplifter setting should be the... Rare stock chance. We don't even have that on. Actually, I do want it on. What is... We'll put it at 1. It's... we'll put it at 0.1. Because I want a tiny chance for it. I wonder if I can give Jody the cauliflower. I think she's in her house. Where's Jody? What? Is she in Joja Mart? I'm just sit on their couch and I'll wait for her. I'll just wait for her. Where's your mother, Vincent? Cause yeah. Oh, there she is. Okay, she's actually heading this way. There you are. Here's your cauliflower. Thank you for the money. Oh, sweet! Now we can upgrade our pickaxe. You guys want to see something cool? You guys want to see something cool? Of course you do. Of course you do. I'm going to show you guys something cool. Alright, so with the mail... Hang on, I have to pet the cat. With the mail mod, we can send our tools to Clint, even if his shop isn't open. So we're going to upgrade our pickaxe, right? We want to make sure that we're on the pickaxe, because whatever tool you're on is the tool that's going to be sent to him automatically through the mail. Ta-da! We don't have enough days for the cauliflower now anymore. Can you rob? We could try. We can sure as hell try to rob Joja out of business. And we got 2 apricot saplings, so that means we don't even need to buy them. Ice cream is actually going to be really good for us because I think that's a loved gift for Susan. So we actually need that. because we need her to love us. And then I'll keep the salad and the pizza. I think I'll work on chopping down some trees. Tomorrow is what I need. I'm gonna put the sugar in the fridge. Because what else are we gonna need the sugar for? I don't own a fridge. I do not own a fridge yet. Guess we'll put it in. Oh my god! We gotta rob everyone! Look at that! That's master artisan? Oh my god! We have to rob everyone. Teehee. Love it. Love to see it. It would be easier if we had the key to the city. It's Shane's birthday? Hey, we have a pizza we could give him. If I was a pet, I'd probably be a cat. Whoa, I'm lagging. There you go. Alright, we'll give Shane a pizza for his birthday. How many more days do I need to wait for this? 1 day? Okay. And then we'll finally have one of our bundles done. I recently started rewatching Criminal Minds. Now, that doesn't really seem like a show that you think I'd be interested in, because I hate gore. Like, I cannot watch hospital shows. And I recently just rewatched the episode where one of the characters got hurt and they were in the hospital and they showed like their guts and stuff, and I was like, bleh! could not look at the screen. Because I'm like, I don't want to see fake guts. That is not what I'm watching this for. I watch Criminal Minds because they have stories. Like, the characters on the team, it's not just about catching the criminals. And like, sure, in some seasons there's like an overarching like, oh, there's this big bad criminal and he hurt our characters. But like, each character feels real. They all have their own struggles. What is that? Cat Via? What is that? But like, it's really interesting, and so like, I don't know, I love it. It's a good show. I'm rewatching it because I'm autistic.
Sylvia, rewatching a show once doesn't mean you're autistic.
No, you don't understand. I've watched this show 4 or 5 times. Because I'm just a little crazy. I'm just a little guy. And it literally is, like, it's been described as, like, that's, goodbye tree. As, like, that's something that people on the spectrum will do. Rewatch those because it's comforting to know what's going to happen next. I think I've watched Avatar The Last Airbender at least 10 times. The entire show. Oh, Cat via VT. Sorry. I forget what I say after I say it, Akira, so sometimes you gotta give me a little bit context to your messages because I'm a dumbass. I'm just a little guy. Why am I chopping down wood? Oh, that's right, I need chests. I need to make a shed. So, not only am I going to need wood for chests, but I'm going to need a shed. So, I don't have the money for a shed right now, but at least I can work. So, I'll chop these trees down, and then I'll replenish my energy, and then I'll go back to our little mining area, and I'll get some rocks and stuff. And then I'll replenish our energy and do a little bit of fishing. Or maybe I should go to the mines. Oh wait, I don't have my pickaxe. I can't go to the mining area or the mines. What am I talking about? I'll just do fishing. What am I talking about? I can't do any of that stuff. Cause I'm a dumbass. shove that in there. Okay, I only got 20 bait, which is a little bit like, it's not that much. But we'll make do. We'll make do. We'll do our best. I already picked... Yeah. Oh, I need to cook. I don't have... I just remembered that I ate the last of my meal prep dinners yesterday, so I don't have that today. Because when I cook, I make big batches of food. Because sometimes with my ADHD, I get a little bit of dysfunction and I can't do certain things that people would just be able to normally, naturally do. And one of those things is cooking. And so whenever I am able to cook, I always make big batches as if I was making for a family. So I'll fill like an entire pot full. It'll be full of like rice and chicken and beans and all that good stuff. That way, I just have a meal for the week. And I'm all set. And it's all hunky-dory. Where's Shane? Is he... He's on his way to work. I'm gonna rob Joja. I think on my way to go fishing. It's... Okay. So... Robbing the ice cream is fine because otherwise it would just melt. It's not gonna be good later down the line. And then... Robbing Pierre, he's a hypocrite, so that's also perfectly justifiable. I'm just a bad person if I rob anyone else besides Pierre, Joja, and, yeah, the ice cream. I'm just a bad person. Oh, was it my birthday? I was hoping I'd forget. This is actually really nice, though. Thank you. Okay, that was a little bit sad. Haley is so cute. I love her. Alex, man, he exists. He exists. I noticed Evelyn right as I was about to open that trash can, and I did a spin around. I was like, here, that's not right. I noticed her right. Hang on, that's the button. That's not the button. I noticed her right when I was gonna do right, so I did a wheel. Cause I can do that. I can spin. Wheel. Oops. It's a little bit difficult to do it, but I can spin. I can do that because I'm 3D. I won't be able to do that when I'm 2D, but the 2D will be worth it because we'll have tail. Tail. But I am gonna miss being able to go wheel. Wheel. I know I don't use it that often, but just the fact that I can, I just go meow. Meow 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 meow. Look, we can do a close up on the flippy. Look at that. Oh, hang on. It's a flippy. Look at the flippy. Flippy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's just the ADHD. Yeah, that was ADHD. That's what ADHD looks like, folks. Cauliflower seeds again? Okay. We don't call it that, Akira. We only call it the Flippy. We accept no other names besides Flippy. Actually, we got energy tonics. That's gonna be perfect for while we're fishing. Because I totally forgot to bring my berries, and I don't want to go all the way back. We only call it the Flippy here on this channel.
Thank you for the hairpats. Yeah, the hairpats.
You're just playing with the Flippy, and I know. I know what you're doing. I'm aware. You know what? When I have my 2D model, I'll be able to do redeems, like, you know how the people have, like, the different types of head pats? Because I use Mix It Up, I can only have, like, the normal head pat stuff, but I could actually have a Flippy pat redeem as soon as I'm 2D. What do you think about that, Deltra? Flippy pat? That might be fun. What do you think? I think a poke one would be fun. I'd be like, ah, stop hugging me. Smaller handhead. Yeah, exactly. It's specifically patting the flippy. Sorry, hang on. I accidentally pressed tab, but I was just trying to. I felt something on my face. Here we go. Exactly. Because don't you want pats for the flipsies? Look at me go. Look at me get all these fish. I got 2 fish and I've pulled up 5 times. That's not a good ratio. I had to get the worst fish I could out of this area. But I'd rather get the fish than trash, so better than not a fish. Yeah, that's all I can say. Better than not a fish. So we got some trash. No, I just hiccuped. It was silent though, so that's fine at least, but I don't like having hiccups. We will sell this. I didn't use, no, okay, I still have bait. This is my last piece of bait. But then I had the other set of bait, so it's fine. Sweet. Oh, we got so much bait. We got a book. I got a book. I can see. I can fight.
I got the fish. Thank you for the fish.
I'm really looking forward to my 2D model because Blue does such a great job at rigging. I mean, Gion does great art, but you guys all know that. I don't know. I gush because like you can always have really great art because I've seen it. There have been some people's streams who I was looking about. I was in the mood to watch someone new because no one else was on, and I was like, oh, this model looks really cool. And I started watching that. I'm like, I cannot physically force myself to watch this because the rigging was just so bad. Like, the art was amazing, but the rigging, it was just... Ugh. So you can have really, really, really great art, but if your rigging is shit, people are gonna leave, because I left within a minute. I could not force myself to watch it. So you could have the best art in the world, but if your rigging's bad... Yeah, that's gonna suck. Here we go. The new work in progress. Oh yeah, of what's her name from Wuthering Waves. I saw that. It was pretty good. I'm excited for it. They do such great work, both of them. I love them. They're great. They're amazing. Not only are they amazing artists, but they're amazing people. I always feel energized after hanging out with them, which is crazy. You want to know why that's crazy? Because, like, growing up, middle school, high school, just all of it, whenever I would hang out with people, drained. Just like an introvert. Blue Gihan, I don't know. They just got that energy about them that's just uplifting, you know? They're great. I love them. I'm so glad I get to live near them. They're just good people. Which the deer came over when we said we were at Blues before leaving the next morning. I was trying to, friends, you guys should just move here. Could you imagine you living in Redacted and we just get to go to karaoke? Like, every other week? Not every week, that's a little bit excessive. But like, once a month, we just do karaoke? Like, that would be a lot of fun. And then imagine, I accidentally make too many cookies, because I know it's gonna happen again. And I don't want the cookies to go bad. So, like that other time I gave them the blue and Gihan. If you lived in Redacted, you could get some accidental too many cookies. But you don't, so. Instead, you can click the link or use my code and get 10 free meals and a free appetizer for life. One appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are all valid in all countries, and the respective local discount will apply. Yep. So instead of cookies, you can do HelloFresh and get some food. It's sponsored. You should do it. If you can afford it. Don't do it if you can't afford it. Like, don't do it if it's going to be, like, detrimental to your pay. Like, I can't even use my own code right now because I don't have the money for it because I'm just broke. Delta needs cold weather. That we got snow during the winter. And we get rain fairly often. So, like, while it does get... It's been a little bit warm in the summer. It did get cold during the winter. We didn't get a lot of snow. We got a little bit amount of snow, but we did get snow. Oh, wait. I was starting to feel exhausted. I should head back. Did I hit level 10? I did! Sweet! That means I can sell my fish not tonight, but the next night. Akira, it's a little harder for you because you're not even in the same country. You're in Canada, right? God, why does everyone have to be right around this trash can? I'll say hi. Can y'all fuck off so I can rummage through this like a goblin? Thank you. I didn't even get anything. I just want to go through the trash and see if there's a trinket. You have news? Oh, it's Blue. Hi, Blue. We were literally just talking about you. Oh, your new soap? Ah, that's right. New soap, new soap, new soap. New soap. Hang on, I'm doing a thing. New soap. I'm doing a thing. 1 second. Let me get a thing. I got it. I have this saved, but it's not quite saved. New soap. Soap. I have your website saved, but I had to click the shop and then go to the soap section. Your soap is so great. I love how I can use it even with my allergies. Alright, put that in here for gifts. We'll go down here for fish. Should I put the roe? No, I'll put the roe in with the fish. I'm at soup. Wait, did it sound like I was saying soup? I was saying soap, but I don't know. Maybe I wasn't enunciating quite right. Alright, we're gonna sell a bunch of fucking shit tomorrow. Oh, 1 day? Okay, so it'll be ready tomorrow. Oh, I need my watering can. That's not my watering can. That's a sword. I get it. I'm aggressive, but come on. Sleep. The new one is coconut lime with top notes, passion fruit, mango, pineapple. Ooh. Tropical Skittles? Oh, that sounds amazing. I want that. I want to smell like Skittles. mail. Look, I don't have to wait for Clint to get my pickaxe with the mail mod. The mail mod is so great.
Strawberries? Meow, look at all my strawberries. Meow, let me go. Meow. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
You can finally finish the spring crops bundle. My nose is itchy. There we go. Lovely. Look at that. Look at that. This is amazing. You're very productive today. I'm so proud of your productivity. Being productive can be a little bit hard sometimes. Proud. Very proud. These take 7 days to grow, so these would they be ready on the 28th if I planted more? You know, it's fine. I'm not gonna plant more. I'll just deal with what I got. Because the season's almost over anyway, and I want to move over the farm stuff anyway, so I don't need to save the slots. I got 2 gold star strawberries, which is hilarious because that is exactly what I would need for giving Maru and Demetrius a gift. Okay, so I'm gonna keep a fourth of the strawberries for myself. And then one of them goes to the spring crop bundle. And then I will sell the rest. Made laundry detergent. Ooh! Ooh! Okay. Pod soap. Printer. Ooh, printing a portfolio. Ooh! Ooh, you guys sounded like you guys were very productive. Productivity to the max. We'll drop these off. I'll do the sugar first, and then I'll do the
Strawberry.
Oh, we get a free green bean. If we actually read through this. I remember this from our expanded. What type of voice, Leah? I feel like... I don't know. Sylvia, hello. It's a lovely day today. I dropped by to check on my green beans, and they're ready to harvest. Gus and Pierre were here a little while ago taking care of their crops, too. I thought Pierre had a garden in his backyard. Is that not Pierre's? Is that actually Harvey's? Pelican Town's community garden is pretty nifty. Wouldn't you agree, Sylvia? It's cute, but my farm can hold 40 times more. I feel like that would make her mad. So we're going to say, the community garden is a neat idea. Yes, it's spectacular. I'm very thankful for this community garden. I don't have much property to grow my own food, but thanks to this little plot of land we all share, I can. Are all the green beans yours? Whew, that's all of them. Now I need to decide what to cook with these tonight. Here's a fresh green bean, straight from the vine. Thanks. I don't need... Okay. At least, like, if you skip through it, I believe you do not get the green bean. Because she has to hand it to you. So now I have a green bean. But also, you get to eat it as well. So it increased my... Ooh, lagging. Ooh. So it increased my energy as well. If you actually go read through it. But if you skip it, I believe you don't get those. And I think that applies to anything that has, like... So, like, if you skip Shane's scenes where he, like, will give you a beer, you won't become drunk at the end of them because you didn't actually drink it. Okay, we got some cookout kits. That might actually help us. At least before we unlock the house. So now we have access to the boiler room, which is great. Hang on, I've drank a lot of water. I gotta refill my cup with my backup water. So let me just do that. Real quick. There we go, backup water. Lovely. I just gotta put the lid on because I drink with a straw. If you're a VTuber and you're whatever you're drinking, whether it's water or soda, whatever, if you drink it with a straw, then you don't get the weird like drinking from the cup thing, and you're not gonna like lose tracking or whatever. I mean, your VTuber might still make a weird expression, but you won't lose tracking because you take a drink of your drink. Take a sip of your drink. Yeah. So now I have a copper pickaxe, which is really nice. So next is gonna be my axe. Just gonna get rid of all this. I can't wait until we have access to this because that's gonna be helpful. So starfruit is only in the summer. So I think at the vineyard we'll do ancient fruit, and then we'll do... Oh wait, is this not... Does this have a greenhouse on top of it? I can't remember. If it does, we'll do starfruit in there, because then we could do it year-round. And then in the greenhouse... I don't know. Or maybe we'll go for aesthetics with the vineyard and do grapes. Aesthetics. Alright, so now that we have our pickaxe, let's go to the mines and try to get down a little bit more. I'll take the energy tonics with me. I basically have full energy. I'm only missing 40, so we'll just head there. Now, it is a bad luck day, but I'm just going to set my goal for 5 floors, and if we get further, then that'll be okay. It'll be good. Like, I'll put my goal for 5 and hope for 10. That's what I'll do. It's so weird seeing that tree without the door. Because Leo's not here. Crazy. You want to know what I want to know is if they've changed Ginger Island at all with Stardew Valley Expanded. I have no idea if they changed anything with that. I know we need to befriend Marlin in order to unlock the sewers. I think it's with friendship he gives us the key. Oh, I need to zoom out. Ah, I'm lagging again. Great. I was clicking too fast. There we go. Oh, sweet. And then I'll go for that gem rock after killing those bugs. Getting the diggies whenever you find them is really important because they can be a little bit tricky to find. I see you. I see you, crab man. He didn't give me a crab. What did he give me? House plant? I mean, I guess I'll keep it. I guess. That is going to be sold immediately. I never use retaining soil. Maybe I should when I don't have sprinklers. Alright. So we just kill every single monster that we come across, but I'm not going to go out of my way for any of the monsters. That way we can make a little bit of progress on the monster slayer goals. I think I'll stay away from floor 20, even if we Oh, not 20. I'm in 120. Sorry. From floor 120 while we're working on the monster goals. If I don't know, because then I won't be able to unlock the skull caverns. Okay, as long as we don't have access to the desert, I will not activate. I will not go down there and get the key because that makes all the monsters more difficult in the normal mines. Okay, we got a freebie ladder. I am just gonna kill this bug because I want an ancient seed. We didn't get it, but that's okay. It's a bad luck day, so if I do get it, then it's just gonna... Ah, I didn't look at the bundle. Okay, so instead of getting 99 slime, it's just 10, but we do need a little bit of each. And, oh. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be... Okay. Okay. We got this. It's gonna be fine. Everything is okay. Everything is gonna be fine. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go for those barrels. Head towards them. Oh, there's a gem, so that'll be nice. Don't mind if I do. Do I need that one? I do. Perfect. So I need both of these. I don't really know if I'll like that house plant, but, you know. I'm not going to struggle in the mines. I'm smarter than that. I'm smart. Look at me go. 1 and 1? Oh, that's just 1 immunity. Well, that sucks. That's just worse in comparison to what I got. And I also need that one. Okay, we're making good progress on getting all the gems. See, it was fine that I donated them to a bunch of gems to the museum because I'm getting them so easily. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Look at me go. I see you, bug.
Wham! Wham! Wham!
And you're dead. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. You're dead. Oh, sweet! We actually got some iron. Now, it'll probably take me a little bit to do the iron for the blacksmith bundle because I do want to upgrade my tools a bit. When we get those. Because we can't get iridium until we go to the skull mines anyway, unless we get really lucky. So I'll focus on upgrading my tools as the priority. We are doing good on time, so we're probably actually going to be able to make it another 5 floors down. Yeah, we got this. Of course it was the one right by the... Okay. I am just gonna... You can't get me. Oh, wait, I need that. I need that slime. Usually I'd be like, I don't need it. But I do need it. I want an ancient seed. I didn't get it. That's okay. I'm gonna use a bomb. Run! You really don't get much from that, huh? Much more satisfying when you're doing a mega bomb in the skull caverns. I missed twice. Ancient seed is a really hard drop to get. You gotta get fairly lucky. Too many massacres of the... Yeah, that's true. Hang on. I have an eyelash that's stabbing me. If I can... Okay, I think I got it. That just gives me the urge, Deltara, to go onto one of my private worlds and make you watch. Make you watch me destroy the ancient seeds. Just because I can. The ancient fruit. I'll just destroy them all. Just to torture you. And die. Oh, we got lots of bugs. All right, there we go. There's so many bugs on this floor. If it was a good luck day, I probably would have gotten one. All right, so I know I said I wasn't gonna go out of my way for the monsters, but the exception is bugs because you never know if you're gonna get an ancient seed. Here we go. All right, and we'll go for the ore nodes first. Okay, now we're just gonna try to get the fuck out of this floor as quickly as we can because it is now overrun, and even though my weapon is pretty good, I don't want to deal with swarms. All right, come on. Come on, little guy. You got this. Come on. Faster. We got this. Shit. They're coming. Swarms, they're coming. What? Only 3? Are you kidding me? That wasn't bad at all. That was like nothing. That was kind of pathetic actually to consider that a swarm. But, you know, it is what it is. Wiggles. What? What do you mean, no music? Hang on. That's weird. Mix It Up wasn't on it for some reason. Wait, hang on. It should be on my alerts, so you should be able to hear it. It should be on my... Hang on. It should be on my alert sound. Wait, if I... Huh? Wait, could you guys not hear it at all? No music for the Wiggles? Hang on. Mix It Up. You guys should have been able to hear it. It says it's active. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna look at it. What? It didn't work. Why is it not? It's gonna make me close a couple of times because I'm trying to. You hold your horses, Tony Toe. I'm trying to troubleshoot scuff. The thing is that I don't know why it's not. Because I can hear it. But you guys can't. Wait, are my sound alerts lurking then? I want to know if you guys can hear, if I can. Yeah, that's working. My sound alerts are at least working, but they're on different things. Okay. So my Mix It Up, for some reason, is not registering when it makes sound? I'm not sure how to fix that.
But if you close your emotional, damn it, emotional, damn it, emotional, damn it, emotional, damn it.
Let me just, hang on, Mix It Up. I don't know why it's not working. Every time I try to make it work, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. Advanced audio properties. No, that's literally... It's literally what I was looking at. Let's see if this works. No. That doesn't work. Oh, click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals and a free appetizer for life. One appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. Hello, Himbo Barbarian. We're having a little bit of scuff right now where my sounds are not working on Mix It Up for some reason. Monitor only? But then I won't be able to hear it. Right? Are you guys going to be able to hear it, though? No. Literally. Yeah, scuff. The VTuber life. Scuff streams all the time. I keep getting close because, I'm trying to test the wiggle redeem. But it's not working. I don't know why. Properties? Okay, the sound bite? I'm literally hearing it on my end, so I don't know why you guys aren't. Like, I can hear it, but you guys can't. That's why it's not muted. It's not. I checked that. It's not. There's no way it's this. Because if it is this, then it hasn't been working for a while and no one told me. Yeah, I have it like that. It is monitor and output. That is what it's set to. But I did just test each and every single one of them. Me and Delta are right now. Oh. Yeah, you guys just wait. Wait, is it because... I swear to God, if that was why it was broken, I'm gonna... Nope, okay. Mix It Up is... Wait, it's working. Yeah, so my headpads are through Mix It Up, so you guys can see the stuff, but you can't hear it? I don't understand. You know what? Let's try this. Wait, I think I did the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. Hang on. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. So if I do... Why is it not showing in my things? So, you're getting out of bed. I'm trying to fix this for you. Let me know if you can hear it. Did that work? Did that work? Did it work? Did you hear it? No. Fuck. Okay. I thought that would actually... Alright, here. There's another thing I can try. Hang on. Okay. So. Can you hear it? Ah, okay. 1 second. Let me just make sure I had to do it on the scene specific. So let me just make sure it is fixed on all of my scenes. Oh, okay. So just chatting. Oh, well, I just needed on just chatting and gameplay because that's... Okay, all right. Are you ready for your wiggles? With sound this time. You ready? You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Do the wiggle, man.
All right. It's fixed, right? Worked. All good. Yeah. Okay. I saw the sound go up, Deltara. I saw it go up. All the other times it just wasn't registering for some reason. It's fixed. It's fixed now, though. Don't know why it stopped working, but it's fixed now. And Tony Token die in peace. Very good. I don't know why it broke. Sorry. I know that took a hot minute, but with my ADHD, if I don't fix things in the moment, I will forget. I will forget to fix them. So I need to do it in the moment when it happens. That's what in the moment means, Sylvia. Well, I'm just a little guy who can't words. I don't know why that guy would try to attack me. He's just gonna perish. Oh, there's a free ladder. Okay, I'm gonna grab the coal first and... Oh, bug. Alright, I'm gonna grab... Oh, I really thought that was a fucking... Okay. For a second, I thought that was an ancient seed. It was not. It was a rice seed. Alright, grab the coal first. Now we can run off to the freebie. Oh, there is a gem rock. I see it. So I'm just gonna grab the copper and then the gem rock. And this rock. Because it gives experience.
Ooh, look at the shiny.
Alright, I'm gonna place this down here. Sweet! I was really hoping it would unearth the ladder, but, you know, whatever. Does some work for me. I would have broken those rocks regardless, so... I'm gonna head towards the right, towards the bugs. Because maybe they will give me an ancient seed. They did not. Very disappointing, very sad. But, you know, it's life. That's how it be sometimes. More bugs. We do got some crates down here, so we might find some goodies. Ooh, we get some goodies. Amethyst, geodes. Very good. I need those. Alright, let's keep working our way up. Or down, I mean. Can I make a staircase? Fuck this. I'm not risking it. We were so close, and it was getting late, and I need to run back now. Because the Adventurers Guild is further away from your farm when it's Stardew Valley expanded, so I gotta run pretty far. Marlin! You want a gem? I have 2 of these. Did he like it? He said thanks. He wasn't disgusted by it. Oh, okay, so it's a liked gift. Good, good. He liked it. You liked it. Not loved, but liked gift. Very good. I think we need to become friends with him in order to, first of all, get more Adventurers Guild expansion events to happen, and to get the key to Krobus. Yep, that's what we need to do. Alright, I'll grab this. It's on my way. Might as well grab it. We're almost home! You can make it. Just don't cut through the grass. It'll take you longer because it's grass. So, that. Just 10 of that. That. And then... those are things to sell. Oh, I don't know how many of these I need. It's fine. I have time. A little bit of time. I can surely put this back. Everything's fine! Okay. I need to pet the cat. Alright. We had enough time to pet the cat before bed.
Woo!
Look at all that money! Love to see it. The bookseller's in town today. Oh, hi, Demetrius. Hi, Sylvia. I have some good news for you. A few days ago, I made a breakthrough in my research on the local environment. I'll spare you the technical details to get straight to the point. You know that empty cave you have over in the cliffs? Well, I have a way to turn it into something useful for both of us. I'd like to set up the cave to attract some local species. That way I can observe them in a more controlled environment. You can harvest whatever products they produce. I can either set up the cave to attract mushrooms or fruit bats. The bats will sometimes leave fruit for you to collect.
Mushrooms.
Alright, I'll go set it up for you right now. Shouldn't take any time at all. Thanks for letting me do this. Thank you.
Strawberry, strawberry. We water our strawberries. Look at them.
Look at them. They get all the water they need.
Strawberries. Look, it's our cat. Hi, kitty. Aren't you just the most prettiest thing in the world?
Oh, it is so cute. Hang on, let me get the grass. That's so cute. They just went plop. I love them. I'm gonna cat. Why are my glasses like not sitting on my face properly today? Like I've had to adjust them so many times and I don't know why. There we go. I wish I was a cat. Just do whatever I want. Knock over whatever I want. Have a human clean up my... Yep. Make them clean up all my messes, because I'm just too cute. What do I need for a shed? I think it's just wood, right? Oh, I don't know if I have enough wood. How much wood do I need? I'll chop down the trees on the way to Robin's, and then if I don't have enough, I'll come back and get more trees. I'll also take down this tree, too. Goodbye, trees. May your next life be better. Wow. Time to deforest the mountains. Look at that. Goodbye, tree. I think it might be 300 wood. So I'm actually probably going to need more energy. I'm going to grab some more energy real quick. Then I might as well grab my energy tonic as well. That way I don't have to run all the way back here. It's Monday, so she's open till 4 or 5. Fuck, I can never remember. Put that there so you guys can actually see the energy go back up. I have no idea why Mix It Up decided to stop working. It's really weird. You know, if I can just make enough for all my bills with the job that I got this month, I might be able to make it. I'm just not sure. It depends on how many hours they give me in the schedule for this next week. Then whatever money I make through the sponsorship, if it's extra, I could just put towards streaming. Because I've talked about it before, but you guys know that when my 2D model's done, I'm not going to debut it right away. Because I want new custom overlays and stuff to go with it. I want to do right by it. And new panels and stuff. Emotes, that can wait. But yeah. I haven't put in the commission for the overlays yet, though, so I think it would be really cool. I feel like Blue would do a really good job. I have an idea for it. Not like specifically what would be happening, because you know how Blue is starting soon? She's like sitting on her throne. How cool would it be if normal Sylvia is on the starting soon? And then Dark Sylvia's on the ending. And the BRB, we'll figure it out. I don't know, maybe it'll be like a half and half thing. I don't know how feasible that would be though. We'll figure it out. I think that's enough. That should be enough wood. Otherwise, I'll chop down all the trees outside of her house. What the fuck is Mountain Meadow? Anyway. It's gonna fit perfectly in between these 4 stumps. Which is great. Because I wanted it in that area. Not the exact spot I want it to be. I should have made sure the stumps were cleared because... Yeah. I can clear the stumps now, though. And I'll end up moving it. And I still have enough money to send one of my tools up for upgrade, so that's nice. I think I'll do my axe. There we go. Look at that. I need more energy. How much more? I have enough. I have enough to cut this down. See? I had enough. There we go. And then we'll upgrade our axe. Ooh, we should get these two smelting. So I can upgrade. How many do I need for the blacksmith bundle? Oh, it's just one? Alright, my axe is sent. Stick that in there. And then it's 5 ore, right? Yeah, 5 ore of each. Shove that in there. I know it's a couple of people's birthday, but I don't really have anything for them, so next year. Next year I'll get them something really good. My farm. No, it's not ready to be featured in Up and Coming. It looks like shit. Flower dance. Oh shit, flower dance. I'm not gonna be able to dance with anyone. That sucks. Oh well. Oh well. 'Tis the woes of the first year flower dance. Sitting in the corner all by yourself. All alone. Crying. Because no one likes you. It's okay. It'll be fine. Look at that. Look at all that water. Look at all that watering I just did. That'll be ready in 2 days. 3 days. Yeah, so I can get another harvest from that. Water. Exactly.
Sip, sip.
Delicious. And I'll keep the watering can in my inventory. I'm gonna go to my little... The grass is overflowing in this area right now. There we go. I'm gonna go to our little mining area. Here, I'll get rid of all the rocks first, because we're always gonna need rocks for like crafting and stuff. And they're one hit, so I'll get rid of them first, and then I'll do copper, and then I'll do the geode ones. Just try to clear out this area the most efficiently as possible. What should I put over here? Because I could probably fit like a shed in this corner, and then we could have it as our smelting shed, and then I don't know what we would put on the other side though. What do you guys think? Just decorations, maybe? I don't know. Because it would make sense for our smelting shed to be in this area with the ores, you know? We're going for aesthetics on this farm. Functionally aesthetic. That is the goal. We're probably going to be using some fruit trees as decorations. One of my favorite is the orange trees. Really like how they get like little white flowers on them. Can I even get that? I don't know if I can get that. Is that almost all the rocks? Let me get rid of the grass. I didn't realize there would be wood down here. I thought I got rid of it all, but it's fine.
Wow, look at me go.
Now I'll get rid of these. 'Cause I'm pretty sure these are the same 2-hit as well. Starting to feel tired. Okay, I can do another 2-hit. Alright. That's pretty good progress, I would say. And then we'll get our energy back. I want to keep working on the farm, but we don't have our axe. So what I'll do is... Do I have sprinkler recipe yet? No, not the good ones. I have the basic one, but not the good one. Not the one that I want to use. I could fish some more. To try to get some more money. There we go. Tomorrow's the festival, so we're not going to be able to get much done tomorrow. Which is okay, it happens, whatever. I could just focus on cleaning up the rocks around the farm. Like, at least in the path areas. If I can get to them, I should clean up. Here, I'm gonna switch those spots. That way I can swap between them more efficiently. Because I will come those spots where it's just like full of wood and I won't be able to keep on going. But I would like to have our paths, at least the path areas. At least a little bit clear. We'll follow this path all the way down. This is the first one we'll do. So any grass that's in the path area, gone. Even though we don't have a silo yet. Gone. This goes pretty far down. Can I get around? I can. That means I can continue going down this path. I feel like this rock is still like on the path a little bit. And then we'll come back later and get rid of the wood. The logs? Yeah. Just gonna keep on following my path. You see? It's got another little water fountain down here. What do we think that this area should be? I should take a big ol' look at the farm. I should take a screenshot, take a big ol' look, and maybe do some planning. This might actually, if it ends over here, this might actually be a good animal area. Like to keep all of our animals in. Yeah. Might be a good idea. I think so. And then I'll just go back up this path and go this way. I need the rock. Because we're going to need that for all sorts of stuff. Oh, click my link or use my code and get 10 free meals and a free appetizer for life. One appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. Link and code are valid in all countries. And the respective local discount will apply. HelloFresh is really, really cool because you get a variety of options to pick from. When I was looking at it, there were several like different meal options. So they have different categories. So there was a protein category, and so I imagine that's like meats and stuff. And then there was a vegetarian. There was a pescatarian one. There might have been a vegan one. I can't quite remember off the top of my head right away. There was also a family-friendly one, so there would be ones that like, oh, kids would probably also enjoy this, even if they're a little bit more picky eaters. So there are different groups of the food that you can get from. And it's not... Because I feel like when you have too many choices, you can get overwhelmed. So they break it up into categories for you. So it makes it a bit easier to decide what meals they're going to show you. And you can change your settings at any time to show different ones or hide different ones. So it's very nice. Here we go. We got that path cleared up. So we'll keep on going down this way. Man, I really just have the urge to finish clearing this out. Because we're so close. I think those take like a lot of hits. Okay, that took a lot more hits than our other ones. How many hits does this take? Okay, those will also take a lot of hits. I do think I'm going to get rid of the grass in this area because there's no need for us to have grass over here. Alright, we're almost done clearing out this area, so I might as well get rid of these even though they take a lot of hits. They only give us 5 experience even though they take so many hits, which is insane. But whatever. Grab that. And that. Look at that. Look at us go. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Nice and clear and pristine. Love to see it. She's sleeping? Okay. For a second, it looked like she was sleeping standing up. Like, girl, take a break if you need. There we go. All set. How many days for my axe? 1 more day. So it'll be ready tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to switch those placements again. Because I honestly don't hold the ground that much. Oh. If I could get it to rain, that would be amazing. Because then I could send off my watering can. There'll be rain tomorrow. You guys can't see it. My antler's blocking it. But it says there will be rain tomorrow. Sheer amount of luck that I have. And since we have the mail... And since we have the mail system, I can still send it to Clint even though it's a festival day. I think it's hilarious how you can give it to him full and it'll make it a little bit more empty. So like he gives it back to you half full and it's kind of funny. I think I'm just going to leave mine emptied though. Because there's no real purpose to refilling it if I'm just going to send it off to him. Alright, out of water. Very good. So I send it to him empty, as you should. And now... it's sent to upgrade. Lovely. Now, since my axe is also stronger, saying now a lot, don't mind me. Okay, that took the same amount of hits as it usually does, but it should be upgraded. Okay, well, that's not a very promising start. The grass is a little bit out of control. We're probably going to take this run slower. I would not be surprised if it took us a hot minute to get stuff ready, like the community center. What are you doing, Sylvia? I'm making stuff pretty. I think. We're going for aesthetics. Aesthetics, I tell you. Ay, Mingo! It's been forever.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. It's the best moth.
1, 2, 3. Just let me. I've been good. How have you been? It's been much too long. 5? Is it 5 that I need? No, I need one more. I'm trying to make my farm pretty. We have our priorities completely wrong. We're going for aesthetics over function. I feel like it helps, but it needs more, but I don't have access to a lot of stuff yet. Yeah, I bet university would be overwhelming, but you got this. I believe in you. You're a little moth and you got this. Summer is coming up. So exciting. We're gonna dance all by ourselves in the little corner. So Ridgeside Village has like their own little area up here. Whoa, what's this? Boat, 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 boat. Take me away. I can't sit. Yar. Looks cute. Yeah, we have a lot of mods. This is our ultimate mod run. So we got Stardew Valley Expanded. And we got Ridgeside. And we got East Scarp. And we got Adventurers Guild expansion. And we got... Should I just read it off? I'm just going to read it off. It's going to be easier if I just read it off for you, okay? I'm going to read it off just for you. Let me just bring it up. All right, so we got pink tools, as you can see. So that is Delaney's energetic tools. And then the farm that you saw us on is Legacy Farm. And then our farmhouse and stuff looks different. That is the Tonga buildings. Adventurers Guild Expanded. We have Bigger Backpack, which gives us an additional row. Contact Patcher. We have the Earthy Recolor. That is why it's not as vibrant as it usually is. East Scarp, Events Expansion. So that gives more events. So Events Expansion, that mod gives more events for the vanilla characters. So you get to see more interactions, more stories among them. So that'll be really interesting. We got faster animations, which with Hold to Break Geodes, so nice. It goes instantly, just instant. And then we have the Legacy Community Center bundles. So I'll show you that. Our bundles are a little bit different. They're a little bit more extreme. So we got to work a little bit harder for it. Where was I in my list? Okay, there it is. Legacy Farm, I said that. We got the mail service one, so we can actually send Clint our tools through the mail. We can also send people gifts and birthday gifts through the mail. And then if we do have a tool upgraded by Clint, he will send it back to us through the mail, so we don't have to go to the shop and we get it right away when we wake up. We have NPC map locations, Oasis Greenhouse, Overgrown Flowery interface, as you can see with the pink. The pink is awesome. And then Ridgeside Village, which is another expansion. We have Shoplifter mod, because I'm a thief. Anyway, we have Skip Finishing Minigame, because I don't like it. And Stardew Valley Expanded, Statues of Obelisks. So the obelisks are going to be pretty. We have the to-do mod, so we can have a little to-do list if we want. And Invisible Fish, Dynamic Reflections, and Dynamic Nighttime. Oh, I bought the stuff from him. So we got a lot of more people, as you can tell. So, like, everyone up here is from, like, Ridgeside Village. It's a little bit insane. Here, let me show you. I'm just going to scroll. I'm just going to scroll. And you're going to see. You're going to see how many people that we need. Delta wants to get Ancient Fruited? Yes. Yes, he does. We're still scrolling. Here we go. We're not befriending Morris because he's stinky. But there's a lot of... I'm not going to talk to everyone because that's a lot. We don't have 4 hearts with anyone. The only reason why we have 3 hearts with Shane is because we stole a pizza and we gave it to him on his birthday. I'm not going to talk to everyone because that would be way too long. I don't have time for that, nor the patience. We already completed the quest on introducing ourselves to everyone. I do wish that with these mods, we would get, like, more people dancing. Like, people from the expanded, and, like, maybe there would be, like, another row of dancers down here or something. I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of awkward. My man's dead. It's not Barbastion, it's Sebastian, so it's not technically... Oh, don't worry. We haven't befriended Abigail at all. Where is she? She must be at the bottom. She has to be. She'll be at the bottom. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I got you. We got a new scarecrow, so that's neat. We are going for aesthetics on this farm, so let's actually put up the cuter scarecrow. This is aesthetics time. Look at that. That's such a cute scarecrow. Get rid of this basic ass scarecrow. Who needs it? Not me. And pet the cat and go to bed. Down with Abigail. I'm gonna need to do like a big ol' vote thingy for everyone for who I marry. Oh, it's raining again tomorrow too? That's great. Strawberries! Look at that, guys. Look at all my strawberries. Tee-hee. Look at me go. Is it ready? Yes! Oh my god. Okay, no, I'll sell all of those. But I want to keep the golden star ones for gifts. Oh! Okay, hang on. I want to go and buy the bigger chest. Oh, I don't have it. It doesn't matter. I don't have the wood nor the copper for it anyway, so it literally doesn't matter. Where are my signs? Stone? Okay, wood sign. We're gonna need a lot more wood. So, walking path, chest, sign. We'll do the seeds first. I want the seeds and forage to be in different ones. Oh wait, I forgot to bring the chest. Because it's not empty. Time to cut down some trees. Dun 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 dun. Chop 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 chop. Look at that. We're gonna cut down so many trees and we're gonna get so much wood. Actually, I want it to fall the other way. It's gonna be great. Then we'll be able to build up our storage room. It'll be fantastic. Look at us go. Look at all this wood we're getting. Look at me go. I wonder if there's a murder mod. I just thought about that for no random reason other than seeing the message down with Abigail. And I was like, is there a mod that would make you get rid of characters and just... I don't know if there would be. And like all the other characters would be like, oh, it's so sad that they're gone. And like there'd be a funeral and all that stuff. I'm just a little bit morbid. Just a little bit sometimes. I'm just a little bit concerning sometimes. Don't worry about it, Delta. I'm totally not gonna murder your wife. Just a little bit of murder. Delta is so done with our shit. He's so over all of our shit. All the stones regrew. Is it because of the wood that was here? Probably. So this is gonna be like my animal area. So I'm gonna need to clear out these trees anyway. I don't feel like signs are the priority in the storage shed. I think I'll make chests the priority. You can cut down more trees. Gotta get rid of these rocks. I don't like them being in the path. So we can make a... Only 3? Jesus. That is really not that much. Well, give me the wood. There we go. You can make a tree fall, which you either way you want in Stardew, based on how you position your body. So if you're more to the right, it'll fall to the left, and if you're more to the left, it'll fall to the right. We're gonna be done with chopping trees because we're gonna exhaust ourselves, which is not gonna be good. I think that should be able to get us to get started on putting stuff in here. Alright. I am gonna hop in, get ourselves some more energy because we're gonna need energy in order to chop those chests. I think I want to get rid of that stump because it's kind of in my way. I just had to go around it, so I'm also gonna get rid of that stump. Alright, we got this. Oh, big stretch. I'm gonna need some food after this. I think we'll wrap up stream once we hit the end of the season. Since we're almost there anyway, we might as well. Just wrap it up nice and tidy with a bow. No ending. Oh, well, Mother said so, so I guess I can't. It's illegal. The Queen said it. You have to obey the Queen.
Sorry, Mommy? Sorry, Mommy? Sorry, Mommy?
What? Did I do something? Did I do something? That was... Usually people only do that when I do something sus. So now I'm confused. I'm gonna shove all of this into the chest. And pop. There we go. You like to keep people on their toes? I see how it is. We'll make the sign starfruit seeds because, yeah, this is going to be our chest for seeds. Make it green. And then the one across from it will be our chest for forage. I do want mushrooms to have their own chest, but until they do, they'll just be like that. And so this will be our seasonal chests. Winter chest is not a priority at all because you barely get any stuff through that. And then... Boop. Wood will go here. Very good indeed. I might end up... I think I'm going to pick up the... Because next season is summer, so I'm going to pick up this chest. Because I would like to have a chest that is for rocks and then gems separately. So this will be our, like, our rock chest. And so we'll put, like, our geodes and our... There we go. And then this will be for gems. Yeah. And then usually I put my monster stuff in a chest like there. Love sweating all the look. Yeah, summer can be a little bit rough. I need more wood. I don't have enough chests. I need more wood. I need to cut down more trees. Maybe I shouldn't have made some fences. I mean, they only took 1 wood each. And I'm trying to make this farm a home. Okay, there you go. We need way more for our chests. I feel like I'm always lacking wood. It's just, you use it for so many things. Here we go. I'm really glad that we upgraded our axe though, because that's making this a lot easier. Alright, that's 1 chest. We're gonna need more than that. We're gonna need way more. I should probably try getting a silo. I think it needs stone, clay, copper. Yeah, that's what it needs. That way I can start cutting down all the grass on our farm. There we go. I don't know if we're going to even get animals the first year because we're trying to take it a little bit slower with everything that we have with all the mods. Because there's a lot to unpack here. Oh, I got a tree! Double the wood? Oh my god. Yes. I'm lagging! Alright, there we go. That's what happens when you have over 70 mods. You lag every once in a while. Just a part of the life. Alright. Couple more chests. Very good. Very good indeed. I think I'll chop down 1 more tree. Because I'm at 145. If I could just get a little bit more, then I could make 3 chests instead of 2. There we go. Lovely. You see? Very nice. In we go. Alright, and so this will be like our monster drops. And then walking space in the chest. There we go. So I'm gonna need gifts. I'm gonna need my gifting chest. Oh, I forgot to put the wood away. There we go. So I got a gifting chest. So gift, 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 gift. Gift. Alright, we'll put all of these away in our gifting chest. Bum 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 bum. And then I guess we should move our fishing chest next, right? Should I sell some of the fish? There. I'll sell a couple of them. I feel like the roe should go not in the fish chest, but maybe the beach chest. Because all the fish are like, they're classified as fish. So I'll put the roe in a different one. Wait, it needs to color. How am I supposed to know what's in the chest if it's not colored? Color coordination! There we go. It's always really nice when you get to set up your storage chest. I'm gonna take half of that and half of that and put it in the monster chest because you can get it through fishing, yes, but you can also get it from enemies. The slimes. This is our spring chest. Okay. We already had a chest that we made and put in here. I do want to put strawberries on the sign. If it's not already obvious with the pink. I'm not sure where we're going to be putting this chest quite yet. Let's see what all stuff we have in here. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I'm going to want to make a trash chest. I get it. Alright, so I'll shove the rest of these into the monster chest because there are going to be some monster stuff. Monster. And then mushroom will go in forage for now. Got a single cauliflower for that. We do need a chest for random stuff for the moment. A chest for stuff that doesn't have a place. We get these through fishing, so I want these to be by the fishing thing. And then I guess I'll put clothes over here because I feel like that's usually where I put them. And then you'll go in here because you don't have a designated spot yet. So yeah, we just need to work on getting a lot more wood. You closey. Yeah, I mean, we got the hat. Snazzy little hat. But besides that, we don't really need much else. When's our... Okay, one more day. Lovely. EP time. We got really lucky with 2 rain days in a row. Ooh! We're gonna do tiller. Because I'm not really huge into the animal stuff, honestly. I want that artisan bonus. Pet the cat. Alright, my watering can's ready. I gave it to him empty, so that means he filled it up partially for me. Good to know. Alright guys, it's been half an hour. You know what that means. HelloFresh, our sponsor. Click on my link or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free appetizers for life. For life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. HelloFresh is really great. It was good? Yeah. On my code, the link thing only works for new accounts, unfortunately. It basically gives you 50% off for the first box, I think. Or 2. So when it would usually be like $60-ish, it's gonna be like 30-ish. I tested it on my own. So you spend $30, you get money, or you get food and I get money. It's really great because you spend $30, I get $50, and then you also get food. It's really cool. But it only works for new accounts. I'm gonna work on chopping wood. It is a win-win-win. So many wins. Everyone wins. I've used HelloFresh before. It wasn't on my account. It was like a parent's because I was living with them. So I do know that it's good, even though I don't have one right now. I should make one myself with my code and all that, but I'm a little bit broke at the moment. So the sponsorship actually came at a really great time. My personal goal is I hope that I can get 2, maybe 3 people to do it. That's my personal goal. More, that'd be great. But, you know, that's just what I'm hoping for at the moment. I think it's still at 0. Yeah, it's still at 0. But it's fine. This is just the first day of being sponsored. I'm just gonna have to make sure that I'm streaming as often as I can to try to get more people to do it. I mean, I want to stream as often as I can anyway because I like streaming. Yeah, hopefully it'll happen eventually. I'll entice someone. Because the food is really good because, you know, David, you get to pick from different categories where you can, like, have it show you pescatarian meals, protein-focused meals, family-friendly meals. It's all really good. And then you always have the recipe card, which includes all the ingredients that you would need. So even if you have to pause your subscription for a while, you could always go shopping and buy the ingredients from the meals that you liked before, just from the store, and it's pretty cool. I know my mom was making like a recipe book out of the little recipe cards because they're like about like a sheet of paper. That's the size of it. But they're actually like, they're a little bit stocky, so they last really well. So what she would do is hole punch them, and she was putting them in a 3-ring binder. So pretty neat. Here we go. Ooh, that's a lot of weeds. I'm just gonna side that up because that's not grass, that's weeds. And I might get a little bit of grass with it too, but that's okay. Because we got so much grass on our farm. It's not even funny. It is crazy. Slowly and steadily getting stuff off of our farm. I think I'm gonna start chopping down all of the logs as you see that I'm doing right now because the logs do still produce tree seeds, so trees will grow around them. So if I want to have my farm be as clear as I can be, I need to try to just get rid of everything that I can. All right, starting to get exhausted, so we're gonna run back up. Gonna make some more chests. Even if I don't need them now, I know I will be using those spots later. And there we go. Should I make this one darker? Alright, so now we got our chest for fall and our chest for winter. I changed my mind. I wanted this to be over here because this is going to be our animal chest. And then this is going to be our artisan chest. Artisan goods. Now, it is technically Pierre's birthday, but I don't give a fuck about Pierre, so we're going to check the traveling cart. Oh, green bean. I'll take that. Oh, sweet. Gold quality. I'll just go for selling it. Here we go. Wow. And we're off. I like how they add a lot more trees to this area when you get Stardew Valley expanded. Because I feel like it doesn't have nearly enough trees when... Have I tried... I have not because I don't know what that is. I'm just a silly little... I'm almost certain you've told me, but I just can't remember. I have an excess amount of money, so I'll buy the single... I'm actually going to need 2 rare seeds because I'm going to need to give one to the statue for the star drop, but then I'm also going to need one for the shipping collection. I haven't been trying a lot of new games recently. Not really looking at any new games because I am broke. Like, I'm really hoping that I can get a couple of people in the sponsorship just to help with that a little bit. Just a wee bit. Also, it would be really cool. Just in general, it'd be like, oh, gasp. Maybe I should move the shed down. That way I don't have to walk through grass to get there, or I could just scythe the grass. I'm just gonna get the grass away from the door area so I don't have to walk through it when I'm trying to get to it. That's better. I am gonna move it at some point, but I'm not sure. Stardew MMO that's free to play? Well, that sounds interesting. I'm just trying to focus on the games that we do have right now. There are some games that we've dropped for a while. Well, I've dropped for a while that we gotta try to finish off. Don't have the menu. It's all the food I can eat. Oh, that's... Really? They don't have anything that's like gluten-free? That sucks. Because I know you can pick a plan and then you can pick individual meals. That sucks. That sounds like they're being stinky. How dare they? Hi, Lewis. Let me drink some water before I do his voice. I was checking your shipping bin. Pierre and Sophia had a large number of products to ship this morning. Sylvia, I'm very happy you're getting situated here in Stardew Valley and you're making great progress on Ultimate Mod Farm. I need to walk over to Fairhaven Farm and check if Andy is shipping anything. He usually has high quality forage from Cindersnap Forest. Must be convenient to be able to forage in your backyard. I'll leave you to your farm work. Yeah, vegetarian is not gonna work for me. I like beef too much, beef and steak and all that. I'm not gonna water this because it's gonna take 2 days, and it's not gonna be ready in that time. So what I'm gonna do is move this little guy over right here. And maybe I'll go buy a couple, because I don't think I have the recipe for making them yet. Okay, I don't. What do I have in here? I'm gonna sell my stuff today and buy a couple of sprinklers. Or I could buy them tomorrow, sell them in the shipping bin. There we go. That's better. I will put them in the shipping bin. Yeah. Besides, when you do vegetarian meals, you have to find protein substitutes. Because protein's important for your diet. There we go. Oh, I guess I should finish clearing out this square first. I'm gonna take it square by square. It'll make it easier. Seem less intimidating when I'm trying to clear out the farm. Taking it piece by piece. I think I'll leave these trees. If they're at this stage where they're like kind of grown, I'm not gonna chop them down. Just because like there's not really a point. Like, might as well just let them grow at that point. Like, that little tiny thing? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that. Because I can do it with my scythe and it doesn't take any energy. Then I'm gonna get this. Back on this little section. I'm not sure what I'll have over here. It'll probably be like a decoration thing. I can't see behind this tree and I really don't like that. Alright, we're gonna work on this one next because it's smaller. It'll be easier than that square. But I will move on to that square after I'm done with this triangle. No. No. It is not. That is not the shape. Rectangle. There we go. There you go, Sylvia. Sylvia knows her shapes. I know my shapes. I'm good. I passed kindergarten. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it, but I swear I did. And I think if it's just completely covered in grass, we won't get other stuff spawning there. So that'll be nice. I don't really have any specific goals for the remainder of this season. I'm not really too fussed about doing the mines. We're just gonna take it easy on this world. There we go. Chop, chopping away. Not gonna fret too much over accidentally getting some grass. Just because of the sheer amount of it that we have on our farm. Like, it is insane. I kind of want to get rid of that tree because it's in the path. It's fine. It's fine. I'll wait. I'll wait. Said I was gonna wait, so I'll wait. Get rid of these stumps. Can I walk over here? I cannot. So that forge thing I saw on the other side, I can't even get. Okay, for a second I thought it was maybe going to be too far away. I'm just going to chop up the wood that was in here real quick, just because it kind of bugs me that there was wood in like a quarry area. There, that's better. And then I need more energy anyway, so I'll just, ooh, let me just grab this. Boop! Very good indeed. A massive, yeah, that's what happens when it's been a while since you played a game. You get just like all the updates all at once. It's insane. You link me at Steam page? Alright, I'll have to check it out. No guarantee that I will be playing it, but I'll at least look at it. Just because I already have a lot of games that I'm playing. If I get sucked into another one, who knows? So, you said it was an MMO, right? Where does your message go? I'm blind. I'm blind. I can't see it. Mass multiplayer online. That's what that means, if I remember correctly. So I don't want to do that on stream. I don't want to do that on stream. Just in case people are gonna be stupid. Because you never know.
Oh, would you look at that? I got my signs.
Now I can start putting... Well, these ones are all empty, so those ones will stay empty for a bit. Let me put the wood back in, because I want to use the hardwood for the sign. Ideally, I could use a diamond or a prismatic shard for that, but it's fine. I can always change it later. There we go. And then fishies. Let's do the king salmon. I think it looks pretty neat. It's a neat looking fish. And then this one, yeah, a clam is good. Gets the point across. I still need more wood for more signs, so no reason for people will be salty over the dumbest of shit, Akira. I think you give too much benefit of the doubt for people. I do think I want to move it forward. Even though it probably is not going to be its forever spot, I do want to move it forward out of convenience sake for myself. People will get salty over the dumbest shit sometimes. That's why I play a lot of single player games. I just don't want to deal. Yeah, that works. Hi, game chat and proof no words. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, so I was right that I needed stone, clay, and copper. Oh, it's 5 copper though. I don't know why my brain was telling me it's 2. Oh, it's 2 for the big chest. Okay, I don't want to buy the big chest recipe yet because that's a lot of money and I'm just not ready for it. But there is a flooring that I want to buy. Shit, is it the stone floor or the stone walkway? I'll just buy both. And then I'll buy the wood floor recipe for now. And then there was something... Wood lamppost or iron lamppost? I don't know which one looks better. I'll buy both. I mean, I'm gonna have to craft one of everything eventually, but I don't want to just buy everything right away. I can't get the actual weathered floor that I want from the dwarf until I can talk to him, which is a little bit frustrating, but whatever. You did a cosmet. Oh, yeah. Whenever you get invested in an account, it's really hard to start over, even if you want to start over, because you're like, but I've spent money on it. Don't want to. Mood. Oh, these both look really cute. I think I might like this one better, though. I don't know. Oh, I need a battery for both of them, though. I'll make one of each when we get to it, and then I'll see which one actually looks better when placed. Ooh, solar essence and 5 iron bar. Ooh, man, I really wish I could make that right now, but I can't because I'm broke. The pre-release, pre-order stuff? Yeah, that makes it really hard to want to start over. Alright. Kind of want to move these. Yeah, that's better. And then selling stuff today, I'll buy some sprinklers from Sophia tomorrow. I'm not sure how many sprinklers we're going to be able to buy because I remember them being pretty expensive. But we don't even have the recipe unlocked yet, so it's worth it. Not the min-max budget. Blue, come on! You have to min-max when you're just getting... Look at that. Imagine you're coming back from the mines. It's 150. You get in your door. You just barely make it. You want to know what would happen if your bed was over here? You would pass out right here. So yeah, min-maxed. Also, get out of bed. Bam, bam. See the talking can't. Bam. So, yeah, min-maxed. Just a little bit. Traveling cart's open, so I don't know if they're going to have anything for us today. It will take a little bit for Sophia to open, so I'll clear off one of these squares. You didn't get the recipe of the day? Yeah. That's why I really like UI Info Suite. One of the first things I do at the start of a new day is I take a look at what is up here. It gives me a good guideline of what I might need to do that day. We are currently ignoring birthdays, though. Not because we don't care, but because we just don't have anything to give to people. A bed and a TV as soon as you walk in the door. Yeah. That would be a little bit crazy, wouldn't it? If you think about it in IRL standards, it's crazy, but this is a video game, so I can be crazy. I don't even own the TV. I have my computer. So the equivalent of that would be like if my computer and my bed were right there at the front door. That's what the equivalent of that would be for me. Alright, I'm gonna work on this next square section because it's divided up for us nicely so we don't get overwhelmed. And then we'll go buy sprinklers from Sophia. That's one of the things I really like about Stardew Valley Expanded is that you get some of these new shops of things that people just want to have. I've been considering doing the shop overhaul mod, so then you could buy like kegs and stuff from like Robin. But I think if I do end up doing that, I think I'll save it for at least like year 2. So when they make their shops more expensive, we also get new items. So that would be neat. What do you guys think? Do it for the lulz. I'm not gonna move my entire. I'd have to at least half disassemble my bed frame to get it through the door. If not, do it vertically. And I don't have the strength nor patience for that, so no thanks. I ain't got the time nor strength for that. I mean, I do have the time, but I don't give a fuck. Would be a little bit funny, though. But I'm not gonna do it. It is funny, though. I could set up like a fake bed. Do my Squishmallow bed thing where I stuff them all into a single fitted sheet. Get rid of the grass on the path because the path is not for grass. Alright, Sophia's should be open now. So that's good. But I just want to finish this square real quick. As an idea for someone that's really they wants to come and visit your house. Oh my god. Have my actual bedroom door locked to be like, we don't go in there. Why? Don't ask questions if you want to. Well, if I told you that, I'd have to kill you. That's why. All right. We're making good progress on clearing our farm. So I feel like we're doing pretty well. Min-maxing IRL. What, you don't sleep in the clothes that you're gonna wear the next day? That way you don't have to get dressed in the morning. You can just go outside immediately. You don't do that? Fucking weirdo. You're losing precious daylight. Ooh. Big ol' neck crunch.
Sophia, hi.
I was able to buy 3 of them. But that's 3 more than we had yesterday, so it's a win.
Oh, it's a mushroom.
Mine. And we still have like $1,000, so, or 1,000 G, so we can go check out the traveling cart. And potentially get something. You're a weirdo? We're all weirdos here. We're all a little bit weird in our own way. I actually did that one time. And I think it was the 1st grade. I was like, I actually put on the clothes that I was going to wear for the next day. And my mom, she was like, Sylvia, what are you doing? I'm like, I want more time to sleep. So I'm getting dressed now. She's like, you're going to wrinkle your clothes. I'm like, they're going to get wrinkled. And then I said, they're going to get wrinkled from me wearing them anyway. And she was too tired to argue with me. But then it was uncomfortable to sleep in jeans, so I didn't do it again. For obvious, I might as well buy that. Because I need 2 anyway. 1 for shipping, 1 for the thing, and now I got 2. So I legit did that, but then it was really uncomfortable. So I didn't do it again. But hey, at least I got a try. So if I put up another sprinkler here. Huh. That's not good. I think I'm gonna move them all over by 1. Oops. Doesn't matter because they're not gonna produce anything else for me anyway. Symmetry! And then if I put one more right here, sprinkle that, yep, and then it'll, yep, okay, good. Aesthetics! People think I'm strange. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. It's not very comfortable, but if you're tired, you can sleep in basically any situation. Alright, I'll make a couple more signs since I have some more wood now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put the rest of the wood in here. Because I don't think I have anything that needs a chest at the moment. In my... Yeah, there's nothing in the randoms chest, so it's fine. I'll put an ice cream on here for now. Usually I like to put a birthday cake because it's for gifts. But since I don't have a cake, I'll just... Oh, that's farm stuff. No, and this is the only artisan good I have right now. Usually I like to put a battery or cloth on it. There we go. Now I know that this one's for clothes. Actually, I want it to be the straw hat. That's better. See, it's coming together. Click on my link or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free appetizers for life. 1 appetizer item per box while subscription is active if you're in the US. The link and the code are valid in all countries and the respective local discount will apply. Hello Fresh. It's pretty neat. You spend like $30 and then I get 50, but then you also get food. So it's a pretty good deal. Deer! Hi, Deltara. Well, since you said deer, I should call you Stinky, because you said what I am. And that's a deer. I am a deer. Oh, shit! We leveled up! Awesome! More wood from the trees, please. Alright. It's loading. It's loading. Alright, so this is the start of summer. I just want to take a look on our farm. It's very Ooh, we got some forage we'll be able to pick up next time. Definitely looks really nice with the earthy recolors, I think. So we got a few of our spots watered and all that. We didn't have a cutscene, so we could probably run outside quick enough. Who's this mail from? And this is from Joja. I don't give a fuck about Joja. I'm not trying to... Yeah, very vibrant, very pretty. I think this will be great for the next time that we get here. But for now, it is getting to that time. The time of when we need to raid someone. So let me just... I need to find someone to raid. Looking for someone to raid. Check out the new raid browser. Wait, I clicked the raid browser and it brought up everyone who was doing Stardew. Alright. You just got here, stream is ending? Well, to be fair, we have been streaming for about 5.5 hours now. So I do usually start stream around 4-ish so hours ago. That's the average time. I'm sorry that you couldn't hear while we're ending, but hopefully you can be here next time. And we still got the vibe. And thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Thank you. I appreciate it, because now you got a bunch of cool emotes too. You blame work? Oh, work is so stinky. Let's see. Oh, actually, I'm gonna read that off. I'm just gonna read that off, Akira, because that is actually really cute. This episode of Stardeer is brought to you by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a convenient and delicious at-home meal kit. It's really simple to use. All the ingredients come pre-proportioned and ready to use. Detailed instructions make the whole process simple and easy. Start your adventure with HelloFresh today with the code below. And I'll just do the HelloFresh command, which will give you the link that you can just click the link and the code, and it gives you a discount. So usually it's around $60-ish, but with my code, it's about for $30-ish, and then I get 50. So you spend 30, I get 50, and you get food. This one's, I love that one. The Wiggle one is one of my favorites. Let's see. So similar size. Yeah, similar, smaller size, same category, and VTuber tag. This raid browser thing is so cool. Ear wiggles?
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Do the wiggle, man.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. All right. So there's a new raid browser for me to look at. So that's really interesting. Who's this person? Oh, and it comes up with a stream preview and everything. I want to hear their voice. Speak. Speak. Speak to them. Speak to your chat. Alright, they're not talking to their chat, so I'm gonna raid not them. Not playing Stardew by Calypso. Variety stuff? Maybe. I kind of want to raid someone who's doing Stardew. Make a new friend. This one's a PNG tuber. Why do their animal... They must be using mods because their animals are literally glowing. I can't really hear that person. You hear wah? Oh. This one is 2 people and it looks like they're both 3D. Oh wait, that's not English. I need English because I don't speak non-English because I am a dum-dum. That one has a VTuber tag, but they literally don't have anything on the screen. That one has 3 people. So wait, their title's not in English, but they have an English tag. What? I don't know if I like this raid thing anymore. Oh, wait. Alright, we'll raid this person. They seem cute. I'm not gonna raid them through the raid button that it's prompted me for. Zelfie? Wait. I've raided Zelfie before, I think. Let me make sure. Wait, wouldn't I be following her? Why am I not seeing her? It doesn't say they're live. It says that they're offline. Did they just end 2 seconds ago? Bad luck. Bad luck, I suppose. Alright, we're gonna raid a new person. And then here's our follower raid message and our sub raid message. So make sure you copy and paste one of those. And then it'll look like this if you have a sub. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream today, whether you lurk, chatted, or maybe even did a little bit of both, because you're a silly little goofy goober. We're raiding out with 9 peoples. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of peoples. If you don't see that raid notification at the top of your screen or whatever you're watching on, whether it's your phone or a tablet, make sure you refresh real quick because you'll get some bonus channel points, but also you potentially meet a new cool streamer. Who knows? Who knows? Hopefully it'll be exciting. And you guys, we're Chaos Gremlins, but be respectful Chaos Gremlins. They look cute. They're a little witch, and it's going to be pretty neat. I don't know if they're modded. It doesn't look like they're doing modded. Just looks like normal Stardew, but yeah. Doesn't always work with raids. Oh my gosh. Well, their name is Mystic Rune 23. So maybe you guys could pop in that way manually. And I will see you guys all next time. Thank you guys so much for joining. Bye. Mwah.